Hello, hello, everybody. I hope you guys are excited for what is it, day three of qualifiers. We're here on Puzzle Kingdom doing Group D, I believe, which is going to be a very exciting. We have some very strong players that are going on tonight. What do you
We
think, Ben?
we've had some new matchups, but this is not one of the groups where we have a lot of new matchups because we have the El Clasico of ancient Jastress that we're going to watch tonight. We have
That
QMK
is
versus
true.
Firestorm. Looking forward to that. You've
Yeah,
seen
I
this match
mean,
before.
if you haven't seen this match before, I'd be surprised. I've seen this matchup for the past like 4 years at this point, but I mean it's always a good one, so I'm excited to see them always competing it out. But I mean we have a lot of other strong players here tonight, who are definitely going to be challenging to get that top two spot from either of those players.
On that topic, I have to talk about Tiki, who's been absolutely popping off recently. Fun fact, Tiki absolutely changed his sleep schedule in order to play TWC.
That is a very base strategy, I would say. If you got to do what you got to do to win, so I respect it.
I'm pretty sure Tiki's from the Philippines, and he's been on an American time zone recently.
Yeah, I know in MMC he's been like asking for a ton of games the past like couple of weeks, just trying to get that practice in. So
Oh
definitely excited to
yeah,
see how they're gonna do today.
he's absolutely on the grind, and looks like he's also on first today, so the perfect time to talk about Tiki. Have you played
But
Tiki
yeah,
before?
yeah, I did play them like once I think last week or 2 weeks ago, and we played like two sets. I think I won the first one, but it was pretty close, and then they kind of bodied me the second one. So I am interested to see how they will play against Minds Tier, who is their opponent for the first round.
Ooh, this is going to be a very interesting matchup in my opinion. Even though their ranks aren't that close together, they're both very macro heavy, they're both very defense heavy. We might see a lot of mind games throughout this set that I'm looking forward to analyzing a little.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested to see how Minds plays because I feel like I haven't seen or played against them in a while. So I'm interested what kind of strategies they're gonna use to try and get some wins in.
If I remember correctly, Minus is the best controller player in this tournament
Oh
because
yeah, that's
Kazu's not here.
correct. Yeah, that's true. They are very good at control. Were they the ones that got sub 20 controller, or was that someone else?
I guess that was someone else because Minus has 23-second sprint.
It may have been on. Actually, no, you can't use.
I think
You
it was
could.
just other person.
Okay, yeah,
It's
but I
been
mean,
a
still
while.
very impressive time. 22 seconds, I believe they have.
Yep, 23.
Yeah, so I mean, interesting to see how that might affect their play, but yeah, I think we're just gonna wait here, see if they want to warm up, and then we'll get right into the action.
Alright, let's get our pentagons up. What we got?
Let's see what's happening here. They look identical. Is that
Edge,
just me?
Edge, this is broken. This is the same.
There's no way that's right. How are they identical players?
On a more serious note, I would believe it. Because I did say they have pretty much the same playstyle.
I mean, that's like that. You cannot call that more identical twins. I don't.
I
Okay.
played Tiki recently, and like, this is exactly what I expect the Pentagon to look like. They're both very reactive, and then they can spike when it's needed. And looks like they
Yeah.
both agreed to the warm-up, so we'll be heading into that soon.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, I've seen close like graphs like that, but literally it looks exactly the same. So I don't know if that's some sort of mistake, but either way, it's gonna be a good matchup.
I hope it's not a mistake. Also,
Yeah, I
see
hope
something.
so either. I hope that is just like I'm literally like trying to see if there's any difference between like the lines, and it's hard to tell. They look identical to me.
Tiki, what is that profile? I see something, and I'm not sure I like it.
Yeah, we know you see it, Ben. You always see that number.
Hey, if you look at my profile, you see it too. Alright, warm up. Let's see what these players are working with.
Let's get it started.
If you have some pre-match jitters, now's the time to work them out. You don't want to be misdropped in the actual set. They are taking it very easy so far. Oh, my game is loud.
Yeah, both of them just going really slow so far. Neither of them trying to go too fast. Lions does have that back to built up, but TKI with the very clean wall they have right now.
They're really just vibing. Taking it slow, taking it easy. He's at freaking sub 2 PPS.
Yeah, curious to see if this is just like a warm-up gameplay or if they're gonna speed up more during the actual set, but yeah, definitely taking their time right now.
No back-to-back chains. We did see some predictions that this would be an infinite DS matchup.
Yeah,
so far that's the case. I'm hoping.
Oh, Tiki with the PC
into misdropped.
Yeah, that's tough. Mine's with the perfect 0-9 well. Does get a nice back-to-back Tetris, but breaks a back-to-back to skim a little bit.
This warm-up's gonna take a while. Okay, so are these were the pentagons the correct stats or not?
Okay, yeah. If you look in chat, Jay posted the stats
about how they do seriously play, because when I played Tiki, it felt like I was just going up against an immovable wall.
I mean, both of them are not. they're not moving up the board right now. That's for sure.
It's like whatever I do, Tiki just doesn't care. It feels like Tiki's just always doing their own thing. I just didn't know how to play against them, really. It was very difficult. I have not played Minus in a hot minute, and they've improved since, so I'm not sure what to talk about there.
I mean, we are starting to get to margin time too. Tiki with another mid-game PC.
That's the second one.
Yeah, in one game. They could not find the solve after that, though. But, I mean, we are starting to hit margin time now, so I think these players might start getting some bigger spikes in action here, but for this warm-up, they're definitely not going all out, from my understanding.
Might be time to get the pastas out, because if this is what the actual match is gonna look like, it's gonna take a while.
Yeah, just hope you are not cooking something right now. And Tiki finally wins that warm-up.
We might see a little more aggression from Minus, but judging from the pentagons, this might be a complete mirror match. It might take a while. Let's see if they try to adapt to do something different. And good luck happen to both.
Yeah, I assume these players are gonna start to speed up with the actual matchup here. Maybe, hopefully that got jitters out and they won't be misdropping though. We'll see.
Personally, I'd like to go faster in the warm-up compared to the actual game. If I play too slowly during the warm-up, I just can't get used to going at my full speed in the actual match. It's a personal preference.
I mean, people have different strategies, so it is what it is.
The Tiki has 0.2 higher average in Tetra League, and is also playing some more difficult opponents. They are getting ready in chat though, so we will move on to the game soon. Tiki versus Minus, our defensive player mirror matchup. If you're here, yes, those are two different pentagons on the stream right now. They are actually different. These two players just have almost identical stats.
Yeah, it's still mind-blowing to me.
I mean, similar stats, sure. This is something else.
And that's unprecedented, I would say.
What's the biggest delta between these? Like 0.2?
Yeah, I think 0.02. I think it was
0.02. Like you could overlay them and they would look like the same pentagon, man. Okay, heading into the match. Good luck, have fun going around. And here we go.
Let's get it started.
TK from Tiki. I'm gonna be saying that a lot.
Looks like...
Oh dear, they're vibing.
Yeah, it looks like mine's finally speeding up here. Yeah, that warm up was not their full capabilities, but I mean Tiki's still going sub 2 PPS here. It seems. Looks like they're just trying to time a lot more here, like you mentioned before. Definitely not focusing on the pressure aspect, but just trying to counter.
Already at 12 back to back. Okay.
Yeah, that was just very clean by them. Tiki playing a little bit too slow to actually keep up.
It's good to tank some garbage and counter spike it, but you also need to be careful of how much you can tank and be watchful of your capacity.
Yeah, especially with like bursts that some players can have, it's definitely possible that you're trying to take it slow, but you put yourself in a bad position and can't live it here. But looks like Tiki right now is doing all right for themselves.
Ice spin, interesting. Still like 2 PPS though.
That's that 30. That's the timing we've been waiting for. Tiki tying it back up. What a crazy spike to start.
The Tiki special counter spike. We expected Tiki to be a counter spike heavy player, and here we're seeing that play out. Very nice 31 spike. Mostly from minus garbage as well. He's playing extremely smart, trying to get some cheese onto the other board. At the same time, finding some garbage and finding some clean wells to find a spot.
Oh my goodness! Another PC gets the second one, gets the third one.
No, okay. He actually had it. Oh my god! If Tiki didn't get garbage, the DPC was actually there.
That's how do you get 3 mid-game PCs in what is it, like 4 games or something?
No, that was like 5, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like, to start it off and then, like,
during the actual match.
Yeah, that that is very impressive. But I mean, looks like mine's completely fine with it. Had that back-to-back, but broke out of it. Just to downstack a little, but now is dealing with a lot of cheese here that Tiki sent. But Tiki with the misdrop with that J piece.
It's fixable, it's looking good. There's definitely a queue for this. And yeah, they're out. Looking good here. Minus has a back-to-back chain, but it's 9-0, so it's probably going to break pretty soon. Never mind, perfect conversion.
Yeah, very nice transition there to keep it going here. Tiki is doing alright for themselves, though. Timing that spike to make sure they don't get sent to the oblivion.
This is exactly how Tiki against me. I thought they were just taking it easy, but this is full power Tiki, probably.
Yeah. But I mean, Mine's on the other hand is going very fast right now and does misdrop because of this. Might be Tiki's chance, but looks like they're not in a great position themselves to actually capitalize on that mistake.
That's the controller player special there. When you misdrop, it's catastrophic.
That is very true. It's not something I've thought of. I played like controller like very casually like 2 years ago. But yeah, it is probably not that easy to go at that type of speed.
I feel like whenever I watch controller players and they misdrop, it's so much worse. But nice spikes from Tiki in the meantime.
I think Kazu's the first player you might think of with that regard. But I mean, mine's just doing fine so far. They're sitting at the top right now, but do find a very nice down stack, make it back to the clean well. Tiki has that back-to-back but breaks out of it, not able to keep up that pressure they had going.
One misdrop there from Minus could have been Fado. Oh, nearly mid-game PCs in return.
Unfortunately, not able to pull out a Tiki of their own and get it, but I mean, looks like Tiki themselves has that back-to-back going right now. Mine's sitting at the top with a lot of cheese.
We're significantly into margin time, and Tiki's looking for the kill finally.
Oh, mine's misdropping! Yeah, mine's had that out, but misdrops that TP, letting Tiki take the lead here.
That's a very clear game plan there for Tiki. Just wait until margin time, and then every spike has a chance to kill.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess if they live forever, then they will eventually make it to the margin. Mine's obviously trying to put a stop to that in these games. They are building up that back-to-back right now. But nice clean board. Might need to break out of it because they are being sent a lot of cheese here, while Tiki's the one with clean themselves.
Again from Tiki, just canceling all the cheese and then sending cheese of their own, and then waiting for an opportunity for a clean spike. Very smart, very patient, and it's been working thus far. A small lead, but a lead nonetheless. Oh, there goes the
Disrupting
back-to-back.
there. Yeah, has to break out of it, but Mainz is the one with a really difficult board. Oh, makes it
One
down,
row
but not
off.
enough. Yeah.
So close to making it out, actually. Just a couple of pieces off.
Yeah, I feel like this speed is not working for Mainz. They still cannot get wins. Tiki's just playing perfectly, waiting out all of the spikes and tanking whenever needed, and it's been working out very nicely for them so far.
Minus doesn't have a win condition currently, because it feels like Minus is very clean and good at finding the back-to-back chains, but they haven't been big enough to pressure Tiki. And during misdrops like these, Tiki finds a chance to pounce.
Yeah, and they do with another win there.
1.8 PPS from Frenzy Leg stats.
He just completely outplonking Mainz. I feel like Mainz is able to build a back-to-back, but they're not able to burst fast enough to actually get those pressured kills out, and it's definitely been a challenge for them, while Tiki is just timing everything perfectly here and
Like
getting the spikes when they need. Yep.
Playing Tiki just feels like going up against an immovable wall. Like, what do you do against this? When your opponent's thinking about your every move as well as their own.
Yeah, that is the question Mainz is trying to solve here and cannot do it right now. Tiki nearly getting the PC, but gets one lined.
They're so frustrated.
Yeah, they
wanted it so bad.
Spin of sadness there.
Nice
But
spiking.
it did not matter. Yeah, they just had so much clean there and worked perfectly for them to send Mainz to the top and running away with it at this point here.
4 rounds up. Minus needs an answer and fast. That PC is ammo. I'm not sure that's a good choice. It's not enough to kill thus far. That's some nice cheese.
Was Tiki about to 4-wide there? Because that kind of looked the way... That's what it looked like to me. But
what is this,
like
SDPC?
What are they doing? Okay.
Tiki, what are you doing?
Are they doing some kind of mech there? Not sure, but I mean... They seem to be fine right now. Mainz is starting to speed up here. Has that burst there with the back-to-back.
Tiki spins the wrong way! They spun the T the wrong way!
Unfortunate, and Mainz finally gets their second win on the board there.
That's why you always need a Blarg Wiggo. You check whether their
you,
T pieces
you
in the
gotta
right
double
place.
check.
Blarg Wiggo is powerful. What? The double TSS opener? That's some instant cheese onto Minus board, and I'm not sure Minus know how to deal with it. They're in so much trouble.
Barely downstack through it, but still getting pressured so much. And Tiki with a 20 spike to get another win there.
All of a sudden, 3.5 PPS. Tiki is absolutely capable of playing at higher speeds.
It just chooses not to.
It hasn't been needed. So the
two line.
Oh my
does
goodness!
Not get the next PC, but it does not matter there. Tiki's starting to speed up here.
We always talk about the loser adapting, but now we see the winner adapting. A complete change up of pace. Tiki's out of patience, and it's still working out.
Oh, I mean, now they're back to slowing down here. And Mainz struggling to make it down, does barely do so, but still covers their well a little bit. Does clear it nicely there.
18 spike. Wait, so aggressive for Minus. This is looking good.
Yeah,
the chain will continue.
Tiki choosing to speed up here now.
When your opponent has a chain, you just sit there and wait.
I mean, that's what they were doing before.
Oh dear. Nice 20 spike, it's enough. Tiki stuck.
Yeah. Looks like Tiki just had a few misdrops too high there. Mainz getting a third win on the board there, trying to inch back to the tying it up, but still. Tiki is just playing around with their food, I feel like.
Another TK from Tiki. Love saying that. Nice aggression from Minus, though. 191 APM to take the round. Tiki was not prepared at all.
Yeah, looks like those tiny hesitations Tiki might have. Even if playing slow works, it's not perfect every time.
Tiki
that's an interesting opener by Tiki. It was like a TSS into a nice donation.
Tiki always opens with a TSS when it's possible. It is 2 rows of garbage that's sent over, and it's so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, that is very true.
We hate cheese, but no one talks about the 2-line or 3-line garbage. That's even more difficult to downstack sometimes. What a
But right now, Tiki's the one struggling here. does find a bit of a combo to make their way down. Minds breaks out of their back-to-back, not able to get the killing blow there, and looks like Tiki back in a clean position.
They're timing each other. Tiki wants to kill Spike, but the weakness was not there from Minus. Back into a neutral mid-game. Both players looking for the back-to-back chain. I take it back, Tiki's just down stacking. But Minus is playing pretty clean. Double digits, there we go. Oh, that's some cheese onto Minus board. That might spell trouble for the back-to-back chain. They're still going for it. Oh, no! That was not intentional. And that, oh my goodness. That is painful.
Yeah, even if they didn't do that, Tiki had a C-spin spike after that, so very hard to say they would have lived.
Okay, more PCs. Nice out for.
Oh, it doesn't get the solve there in time. Mine's here with an interesting board.
Was that an actual setup from Tiki?
I think it was, yeah.
That looked pretty fancy. Very nice solve. Looking so cleaner. Both players have a board where you can work with at any given time.
Yeah,
Minus on double digits again.
Oh, misdrops to break out of it! No, and gets sent cheese immediately after. Tiki does have that well to work with, might try and get a spike here. Yeah, you can see them starting to burst now, getting that back-to-back up. Mine's trying to downstack through all of it, and misdropping again there! Oh no.
Tiki is so clean when it's needed too, just such a versatile player. Able to do anything it seems.
Yeah, just timing when needed and getting those bursts in. Mine's struggling to get anything going at this point.
I'm sure Minus is a really adaptable player, but compared to Tiki right now, who's just running away with it, they almost seem one-dimensional. Nice little spike from Minus. Not gonna do much.
Looks like they are playing a little bit slower here. Still not as slow as Tiki, but maybe deciding that the 3 PPS wasn't getting them any wins.
Whoa.
And Tiki with another mid-game PC!
How many is that?
That's like at least 4 games where they got it. And then I think one of them, they got 2 of them in the same game, so...
They just keep coming, Tiki. How are you finding these?
I mean, maybe if you play this slowly, they're a lot more visible. I'm not too sure, but I mean... Mine just, I don't think, has been phased at all by these mid-game PCs so far.
I'm looking forward to analyzing the average garbage and board height of Tiki. It's gonna be single digits, and it's gonna be really low single digits. Always so low on the board. And when they aren't, it's a freaking 30 spike.
Yeah, but...
Overtakes!
Yeah, got a little too selfish there. Couldn't keep it going, and Mines finally gets another win. Like both of them starting with a simple TKI. I mean, Tiki is going at 4.5 PPS. This speed coming out of seemingly nowhere here. Mines does have a lot of cleans, so they are making their way down through it, but looks like Tiki's still pressuring with that back-to-back, but got a little too greedy. Now sitting at the top themselves.
Uh-oh, Minus has shown their hand. Tiki's never playing aggressive ever again. It didn't work.
Yeah, could not get the kill even with that type of speed, but... Yeah, Mines does survive it here. Now they're sitting at the bottom of the board, and Tiki's starting to slow back down.
Nice spike from Tiki here. Not gonna do much. Going to wait for a better opportunity. 16 spike, 22 spike from Minus. Looking clean. Until the... okay, my turn.
There's the commentator curse we've been
instant! It's instant, I tell you! Still looking so clean though. This board is beautiful. Oscar's blessing Minus... No!
Are they? You sure about that?
I'm so sorry! I just gotta...
Minus
doing so well. Right now. The LST is looking so good for Minus. I take it back. Okay. There's a down stack all the way down. Able to counter Tiki's aggression thus far.
Yeah, but Tiki's still keeping that back-to-back here. Gets that STSD up. Getting the spike ready. Decides not to break out of the back-to-back for that down stack.
This is
So
the most
Mainz gets
aggressive
out of
round
it.
we've seen thus far. Tiki 2.7 PPS, and they're both at 150 APM. Here we slow down a little. Tiki's a little stuck. There's definitely ways down, but he's gonna have to work for them.
Yeah, they are dealing with a bit of cheese right now. Do finally make it back to the clean in the meantime. Mainz
C-spin.
does start that back-to-back.
Oh, Tiki's thinking about it, finds it. It's so clean.
Ooh, into an
the
SDSD. That's very clean as well.
Minus also has a back-to-back chain. They're equal right now, actually.
Yeah,
Let's see who
Mainz
can
in a
back-to-back downstairs.
more
That's
difficult
so
position
rough.
there, yeah.
Tiki's board was pure clean. There was like a 30 spike follow-up to that if it didn't kill.
Absolutely.
An unmatched point.
Yeah, Tiki just a
What is
dominant
this
showing right now. Yeah, that's the opener I was mentioning before. It was very interesting, but ooh,
Yes,
this
miss
ball
drop.
with a miss drop there. Clearly, Ben has a favorite they're rooting for here.
Hey, I love underdog stories. Also, we like deuces. I want to use my pasta.
Yeah, that's true. We do like deuces here, but I mean, Mainz has a difficult challenge if they want to reach that point right now. He's getting sent a lot of cheese at this point. Tiki does get spiked up a little bit, but do make it down very quickly with a nice burst.
The cheese is all gone. Minus is looking. They're both looking so clean. Tiki's looking clean. We're in a neutral mid game, and Minus is again on the offensive.
Yeah, starting to build that back-to-back once again. Not the cleanest board right here. Does manage to find a nice fix to make it down, but has to break out of it. Yeah, it looks like Tiki is doing just fine on their own side.
Okay, spike opportunity. Tiki's gonna build up a little, perhaps. Nope, just decides to cancel out. Perhaps seeing Minus board was super clean there. Whenever Tiki spikes, it's when Minus is in danger. And at this level, that's something you have to be very conscious of. Like I said,
Yeah.
Tiki worries about their opponent almost as much as they worry about their own board. And we're seeing a lot of that all the time.
Well, right now, speaking of a good board, Tiki has it. Waiting to time that spike, gets a huge one. Mainz can't find the down stack, and Tiki wins it.
What a way to end it, out of nowhere, just the random 20 spike. Minus
mean,
wasn't
yeah.
even looking that bad.
Yeah, they just knew where to time, and you could see there, that was like, I think Tiki sent 500 lines less or something. Absolutely absurd gameplay by Tiki. Very nicely done.
I believe it was 1200 to 1600. And look at that stat diff, almost 0.5 PPS diff.
I'm surprised it's not bigger, to be honest. I felt like Tiki was going like nearly a PPS lower for a majority of that set.
Oh, don't mind those 4 PPS sets.
Yeah, a
That
few
they
rounds
just-
in there might have
oh
inflated it a bit.
Set play by Tiki there, very impressive. And we're looking forward to seeing more of that throughout this tournament.
Absolutely.
Oh, Tiki. Tiki's going against Firestorm next. Oh, that's going to be an interesting matchup. We might see a bit of fast Tiki here. But
Yeah.
meanwhile, let's send it over to Skyfire to see what he has to say.
Hey everyone, Skyfire here. Guess we're
New
here to do some
analyst.
analysis for Tiki versus Minus.
Let's hear what you have to say.
Actually, I have a lot to say because I was looking at the match. Okay, here's the thing. I know a lot about Tiki because I've gotten to play against him a lot. And he's the sort of person that develops his own type of macro in order to counter players. He has this probably has a humongous like Google Doc of all this stuff. I think the matchup between Tiki and Minus is two contrasting playstyles, which is kind of funny because we did see that the stats page was almost identical, but definitely saw it during the match. Tiki playing almost like a QMK-esque style, very meticulous, very defensive, but every single round he takes it very carefully, where it's even the warm-up round where he was gauging how much damage he could tank from Minus. And over the rounds, we start to see Tiki starting to adapt. He's mostly what looked like infinite downstacking was him trying to control the garbage in order to get himself into that super clean board state. But thing is that while Tiki is waiting a lot, Minus isn't really taking advantage of that by upstacking a ton. Like when your opponent is excessively waiting, then during that time you can spend that time like building a big attack. But Tiki knows Minus expectations. He's going to be sending a single attack, he's going to send a double attack, and most rounds he is not caught off guard. The rounds where Minus does win is when he does end up getting a 20 spike, and Tiki is surprised by that. But overall, I mean, while I think Minus skills, they're good enough to probably beat Tiki, but it's how he uses those skills that make a big difference.
I'm sure the mechanics are there, but yeah, I didn't see Minus even having a win condition throughout this entire match. Well, the back-to-back chains were there, just weren't big enough.
Yeah, certainly. And that's sort of an issue that you actually see not only in players at his level, but even up to around like top 20, like even maybe top 10, where people don't really group their attacks big enough. It usually comes from needing to have bigger vision, but we definitely see with stuff like players like Diao, CZ, Vince, like Blarg, for example, they're able to come up with 30 spikes and quite relatively consistently. And I mean, it's hard to pull off, but it's definitely possible. So I'm definitely looking forward to see players that are able to be able to pull that off eventually. And I think Tiki has the right idea when it comes to that.
Very smart play from Tiki, and thank you for that analysis. But with that, we will be moving on to our next match, which will be Poison Drought versus Puffawuffs. Oh, I haven't seen Puff in a while, but I have played Poison Drought a lot recently. How about you?
But yeah, I mean, I've seen Poison Drought playing a bunch recently on TL. I believe they've been climbing very nicely. So
he's been climbing a lot. He's been grinding.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they want to make it far here. I know they want to make it to top 2 tonight, so I'm excited to see what they're going to pull out.
Oh, nah, he's going for the win trust. Meanwhile, Puffawuffs, our sailboat master, it's going to be an interesting matchup of openers, because Circo is not known for his openers. In the losers, we have Zen versus Minus. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to say sorry to Zen here because I think Minus is super clean. Even though what we saw against Tiki was a bit rough for Minus, Zen is going to need to pull out a miracle for this one.
Yeah, I think going from Firestorm into this matchup next definitely going to be difficult. But if you do want to check that matchup, you can watch it on the Hummingbird Nest stream. And then, looks like the other side of losers, Jahinta is going to be playing the loser of Puff versus Poison Drought, which we'll see here in a second.
With that, though, the players seem to be ready for warm-up, so we will be going to that soon. Who do you favor in this match?
Honestly, it's tough for me to say, because I have not seen Puff play in a while. So I am not completely confident in that. I think Poison Drought does have really good timing. Every time I played them, I've struggled to get any kills in the book, but I feel like Puff is capable of getting those bursts in. So I am interested to see how it will go. What do you think?
Puff has insane ceilings, but when Circo is feeling it, when Poison Drought's feeling it, he's super consistent. So I really feel like it's going to depend heavily on how they feel today. I think Puffawuffs does have the win conditions once in a while, just with insane 4 PPS bursts, and maybe Poison Drought's going to get overwhelmed, but on average, Poison Drought's pure clean gameplay and timing is going to secure him the advantage.
Yeah, I think that's likely what we'll see here. I think it's up to Puff if they're gonna be able to pull out all the stops and get those back-to-back wins in.
It's going to be a battle of consistency versus aggressiveness. Spikes versus back-to-back chains. Circo has been practicing those, and we might see some tonight. Going to warm up soon.
Yeah, looks like we're just getting these players ready for that warm-up.
Wait, look at that pentagon from Puff.
Yeah, it looks nearly perfect there. AV a little bit higher, but I mean, if you're Puff, you're not complaining if it's slightly better.
Poison Drought definitely a defensive player, preferring to play reactive instead of aggressive. But the adaptation skill is there. So let's see what he decides to do against Puffawuffs tonight. I'm expecting defensive play against Puff. But
yeah, I feel like that's what I've seen from them in the past. They definitely wait a lot more for their opponents to make a mistake.
does tend to misdrop once in a while, I think. Not very frequently, but when it happens, well, misdropping is a way of life.
It looks like we're getting started here with this warm-up.
Puff was watching stream. Hello, Puff. Oh, there's the sailboat opener. That's the Puffy special right there.
Poison Drought taking it a little bit more slowly here with the speed, but does have a very nice clean board right now.
Ooh, so clean. Puff's already in trouble, and I think he's dead.
Yeah, did not have that T-piece in time, and that was a lot quicker warm-up than the previous set, I will say.
Well then, Poison Shot decided to play it my style and just go fast in the warm-up. And hopefully they both don't have nerves for the main match, and we'll see some high-quality gameplay here. Go like have fun's going around. And we are going into the match. Good luck, have fun.
Let's get it started.
TETR versus... Is that still Sailboat? Not too familiar.
Not too sure. Openers are not my best repertoire, I will admit, but they did make it out to mid-game here. Like
oh, SDSD? Wait, we aren't seeing defensive circle. This is offensive circle. He's going for a back-to-back chain. It's gonna continue for a while, I think. It's looking clean. The count to 4. Oh no!
Oh,
I'm so sorry. That's my fault.
Okay, well, it looks like you're the one that's cursing players tonight. I am free from that apparently. But right now,
hey, it's only the fourth one. It's only the fourth one.
we still got a lot of matches tonight. We'll see. But right now, Poison Drought does have a nice back-to-back well here. Puff make their way down, nearly gets the mid-game PC, does not pull off a Tiki there, but now has a really, really clean well that they make their way down through.
Circle, Poison Drought had an opportunity to spike there, but Puff was looking so clean that it would not have been the right choice. Now there's a good spike, so 14 spike, it doesn't do much. Oh, it's all clean on Puff's board. Maybe he can work with that. Counter spike is not there though. Poison Drought decides to cancel it out.
Ooh,
20 spike.
A huge spike, yeah. Does barely survive, but is dealing with a lot of garbage on their board. Tries to get that T-piece over, unable to, letting Puff win that first one.
Oh, he had to clear there. Puff is on the board.
Poison Drought with that opener. I don't remember the name of it, but they do it very often. I don't know if it's like Mr. T-Spin or something else, but I mean it works for them.
It looks like Mr. T-Spin, but yeah, I'm not too sure what it is. It's been working out though. Okay, nice little spike from Puff.
Yeah, Poison
Wait, this is such a hard down stack. It's not there.
Yeah, Poison Drought just misdropped a tiny little bit there and could not get through the cheese that followed it up.
More Sailboat, love to see it. This time on the right side. Versus Mr. T-Spin. Into back-to-back chain. Oh, Poison Drought gets unlucky garbage there. Meanwhile, Puffalus gets unlucky Q there. The T-piece is not there.
Oh yeah, and letting Poison finally get their first win on the board.
Pretty fast round there, compared to the longer rounds that we saw earlier. That's not MKO, Poison Drought! And you're going up against a Sailboat. You might be in a little bit of trouble. Puff's looking so clean with this back-to-back. Oh, missed times! Would have killed if he timed that correctly. That's going to give Poison Drought some opportunity to survive, but wow!
Yeah, not enough there. Puff
220 APM!
Yeah, just a nice back-to-back to start there to get another win. Poison Drought just struggling to do much right now at this point.
That's what I said about the aggressiveness. Puff has insane ceilings and can't kill anyone. Just look at this, 200 APM and still going, no signs of stopping. Double-digit back-to-backs and still going, it's looking so
Poison
clean.
Drought misdropping right after as well.
There's the ceiling for Puff. It's looking pretty high right now.
Yeah, Poison Drought just struggling to get through these down stacks right now. Misdrops that opener too. Looks like was that a misdrop by Puff? I'm not too sure if that was intentional or not.
That's a
They're
4
going
wide by
into the
Puff.
4 wide now.
Okay. It's a cancel down. We aren't getting the 4 wide right now.
Yeah, not much of a combo there, unfortunately. But Poison Drought looks like they're happy with it. Only a little bit of cheese on their board right now, but
Ooh,
looks like
forces
they
the
make it
count to
down it.
4. Puffy's so aggressive, but there's nothing on Puffy's board right now to parry. What is going on right now? Okay. Puff misses the C-spin. They're both into a neutral mid-game. And looks like Poison Drought's going to be the first to find the back-to-back chain. Starting off with the right side LST board.
Ooh, that was a very nice TSS there, and it's enough to actually get the kill there, finally getting their second win. It's what they needed.
Right, catching up a little. Every point counts. Sailboat again. You'll love to see that from Puff. No one else uses this opener in the top 100. It's so aggressive. It's 4 PPS. Another point for Puffaloffs.
Yeah, I feel like Poison Drought's been dealing with some misdrops there. Loses another round because of it, so I think definitely something they're struggling to figure out right now. But do they get the 2-line here? Puff is still alive. Yeah, Poison not here right now.
Puff cares not for your 2-line PC. Puff wants to kill. The board's not looking so good right now, though. And Poison Drought's going to have the upper hand for a while.
Yeah,
Okay.
looks like
Ooh,
very nice
technical
aggression.
issues.
Poison
5
Drought.
back-to-back, 6 back-to-back. Very smart has to say that, but it's nice 16 spike.
Oh, I feel like Puff had a donation, didn't find it. Oh, they had another donation. Do they find it with the... Okay, no, they don't.
So close. It would have been really clean. LST board. He's gonna go for it.
Poison Drought on the other side
Oh,
does
cancels
misdraw
out.
up there, but still enough of a spike to nearly kill here. Puff barely surviving that. And Poison with the back-to-back still going here.
So aggressive. 200 APM from Poison Drought. That was such a long run as well.
Yeah, it didn't feel like 200 APM, but I mean, they were just doing constant pressure. Puff couldn't find enough to actually get a move on, and Poison Drought getting another win here. What they definitely want those to catch back up.
Didn't feel like 200 APM because Puff had incredible survival there, honestly. Just canceling and timing all the garbage perfectly. Okay, a little bit of cheese attempt. It's not there. Spike is there, but it's all clean. Puff misdrops!
Oh, but Poison Drought misdrop too. They won with 80 APM there. If Puff just got a little bit cleaner and closer to getting out, they definitely would have survived.
Sailboat. It always looks like a misdrop. I never see this opener. Wait, the transition is perfect. This is a promo stack. It's a 6-3. Puff is going to have the opportunity to send some good attack with it. Poison Drought's parrying with all his might. Puff finally has to cancel out, but not in time.
Yeah, got a little too greedy, and it let Poison Drought just win what it was like 3 rounds in a row there to tie it back up.
A complete switch up from our defensive player, like I predicted. This is some offensive Poison Drought that we're seeing. Puff is very good at counter spiking, and Poison Drought can't just wait. Poison Drought has to attack, and it's working.
I don't know what happened there on Puff's board, but they just completely covered their well, could not make their way down, and now Poison Drought taking the lead for the first time this set.
I need a sailboat count for Puff. I don't know the opener percentage, but I feel like he always has it. Nice fix from Poison Drought. Needs more eye pieces. Needs to cycle. He's choking.
Oh no!
Doesn't come in time.
Gets a little too greedy there. Yeah, could not, had to waste the eyepiece and it cost them. And now it's tied back up.
Poison Drought's going so fast. I never see this. Even against Dormy, Poison Drought didn't go this fast.
Yeah, this type of speed is definitely unexpected there. Maybe it's what they've been practicing recently. And it's been working out pretty well this set. They did manage to come back here.
The Poison Drought stride. It's new and it's terrifying. It's a 16 spike, and Puffawuffs is so cheesed up right now. There's no down stack, he's dead!
Oh, they almost had the combo out, but could not make it out in time.
Combined with the miss drop, it just wasn't enough, and Poison Jump will take the Interleague set. This is a first to 11 though, so he's gonna have to keep working. That miss drop from Puff is gonna help. High ceilings from Puff, but also very low floors.
They do find the down stack there, though, and Poison Drought dealing with some cheese right here. Yeah, can't keep the back-to-back. Well, Puff is the one keeping that back-to-back. Up to 3 at this point, but really high on their board, still greeting for it. Poison Drought getting spiked to the top.
Oh, he wants it so bad!
Barely
How is he still
surviving.
going? Okay, he almost got to double digits there.
Poison Drought still lived all of that pressure, though. And now Puffy's the one in the hot seat. Trying to down stack, barely makes it down, still needs to get down to the clean, and they do. Poison Drought not in a great position themselves at this point.
You can tell Poison isn't used to playing at this kind of speed. He's been dropping so much compared to usually.
Yeah, they can maintain bursts for short periods of time, but this type of speed probably is straining them a little bit at this point.
Oh my gosh, the nearly T-piece donated T-spin. Wait, multiply, it is there. Okay, chokes a little. Might be some nerves coming into play, but still doing well. While Puffawuffs already has a lead in the back-to-backs, he's pushed up so high and he's going to have some trouble getting down while continuing the chain.
Yeah,
Circle should survive?
Yeah, especially with that misdrop by Puff. They refuse to break back-to-back at the top there, but forced to break out of it with that misdrop. Letting Poison Drought live a little bit longer at this point, but they are still struggling at the top there with some misdrops. Very difficult board right now.
This is what I mentioned about high ceilings, high peaks, but also low lows. Puff is struggling to find an answer to this new aggressive Poison Drought we rarely see.
Looks like Poison Drought is dealing with a little bit cheese under their
Imp
board
cross.
right now. Does
It actually
go for-
works here.
Yeah, gets it off there. Can't keep the back-to-back, though. Puff right now, dealing with some nice clean, making their way down as well.
Looks like Puff isn't that used to building massive back-to-back chains or spikes. Honestly, struggling to find the right timings to cancel, or struggling to deal with how Poison Drought has been timing the back-to-backs to cancel the back-to-back chains. Nice little 7 spike. That's going to put some cheese onto Poison Drought's board.
They do find a little bit of a combo to make their way down, but get followed up with another spike by Puff. Poison Drought does counter it nicely and does make it back to that 0-9 well right here. Looks like they might have been
this is so
trying to
hard
go
to
for a
fix.
kite in there, but
Oh, what
couldn't
is
get it
this?
off, yeah.
Finally fixes it. Let's go to transition into a back-to-back. Anyways. Back into a neutral mid-game, I guess. Oh, that's more cheese onto Poison Drought's board.
It's like tiny bursts of cheese that Puff's sending, but they can't follow it up with much back-to-back to actually get the kill. Poison
Some
Drought
parity issues.
seems to be doing fine, and at this point, we've actually hit margin time. 3 minutes 20 seconds here. Both players now forced to deal with this gravity, and Puff misdropping there.
That's easy to fix, though. I think he's gonna get out in a second.
Does let Poison get out themselves, though, who is dealing with some misdrops too. And now they're the ones getting that nice spike.
Oh my
in.
god! Oh, the garbage!
Perfect well!
Oh, it's so perfect!
Into the STSD was ready too, and Poison wins that tough fought battle.
Oscar RNG finally ends that round. Poison Drought's going to have to deal with these nerves if he wants to keep up the lead. Because Puffawuffs sure isn't slowing down. In fact, what is this speed? 4.5 for a hot minute there. Continues the OST stack, finally breaks it. Ooh, and breaks the back-to-back. That would have been an opportunity to greed if nowhere else.
Looks like Puff is greeting here right now with this back-to-back. Oh, can't keep the chain going for
Oh, this is
that
so
long.
awkward.
And
Oh, I
now
don't like
struggling
this.
at the top and the Z-miss drop. Poison Drought now 2 away from winning this set here. Even though they were down at the start, they just made a massive comeback and now have a strong lead. looks like Puff might have gone AFK for a second there, let Poison get the PC off, and now they're sitting at the top here.
Is there a way out of this? This is so hard to fix. Nah.
Yeah, can't get their way down, and Poison Drought now at match point there. Not sure what happened with Puff there, but it definitely cost them that round.
There's a consistency finally coming into play. We saw some...
Oh!
No!
Okay, not unfortunate ending there. Looks like Puff out for the count.
Oh, the
says
nerves
their
finally
wrists
got
are
to
locking,
him.
yeah.
In a tournament with this kind of stakes, I would believe it. It's so hard to keep your nerve when over 100 people are watching you play.
But with that, Poison Drought does move on. I believe they'll be playing QMK next round, and I know they've been waiting for that matchup for like literally the past 2 weeks. They've been very nervous about that, and we'll see that, I think, very soon. But I think for now we're going to be watching Tiki versus Firestorm right after this analysis.
Take it away, Skyfire. Let's watch some replays and hear some analysis. Welcome back. What you got?
Everyone. So, analysis. First of all, what did you two think about the match?
Consistency versus burst, like I expected, honestly.
I mean,
honestly, yeah.
I was just gonna say Poison Drought did speed it up at the end there, but they definitely had that consistency, and Puff just couldn't deal with those misdrops that they kept dealing with.
Yeah, certainly. I think there's a lot of factors that come into play when it comes to a match like this. Certainly, it was not as clear defined as like perhaps the previous match where there was like an obvious win condition. But I think this was sort of like a win condition that was developed over time. Throughout the match, we did see Poison Drought trying to send a lot more cheese throughout, and we also saw Puffy, who is also tending to greed a lot more when it comes to back-to-back. I think Poison Drought was certainly trying to punish those moments where Puffy was being quite overcommitting on the back-to-back without necessarily having a way down, and that allows Poison Drought to actually pepper their board with a lot of cheese. I mean, there's some like problems with it executing the actual win condition. For example, we did mention at one point that there was like 200 APM of pressure, but it didn't necessarily feel pressure heavy. And part of that was because during the actual back-to-back chain, there was a lot of cycling that was going on. Normally, if you want to make it feel very pressure heavy, you would have to do perhaps a few T pieces at once rather than do one attack, cycle 5 pieces, then do another attack. It's all about combining your attacks together so that it does feel impactful. Other than that, I feel as though playing the persistence game really did take a toll on Puffy, and it definitely probably affected their mental at the end. I mean, this is a tough tourney to be in, and there's definitely going to be a lot of nerves going in, but I think props to both players for trying to pull it through, and Poison for managing to make it back after being at such a disadvantage at the beginning.
Yeah, it was
play from both. Intense matchup, absolutely. And that switch up from Poison Drought was a pleasure to see.
Yeah, I was very worried for them at the start. They were definitely struggling to get anything going, but I mean, once they were rolling, they could not be stopped.
Poison Drought's one of those players who can adapt throughout a match, and we definitely saw that this round.
For sure.
An absolute change-up of style and unfortunate way to end it, but with that, we'll be moving on to Tiki versus Firestorm. Oh, I'm looking forward to faster Tiki because he's surely gonna need to go faster this round.
Yeah, they are playing Firestorm next, and obviously they are not someone to be messed with. We have seen them in many of tournaments, so I think they're ready to bring it on.
If Tiki wants to go 2BS versus Firestorm, I'm looking forward to some ZZ TOJ kind of efficiency. Because
Yeah,
that's what you have to need!
They're gonna need to maintain like 1.3 APP if they want to try and get some wins in the book.
We talked about consistency. Firestorm is consistency sometimes.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at this losers bracket, looks like Zen did put up a good fight. You did say they wouldn't have a chance, but it looks like they did bring a strong fight into it. But Mainz did move on, and now Jahinta and Puff will be playing in losers to see who actually has a chance to stay in this tournament.
I have to say, Zen is kind of like mini Puff, with the upset potential and the bursts, but the consistency just isn't there compared to Minus. So I was expecting like some fight. I wasn't expecting a win, so I 100% predicted Minus to win there. But I do think Zen had a fighting chance, to make it clear. And
yeah, I mean,
the sort of
clearly they put up a good fight there, but unfortunately couldn't keep it going. But yeah, moving on to winners matchups, we are going to see again Tiki versus Firestorm here, and it's definitely two clashing playstyles, that's for sure.
You did say Firestorm was learning timing for a while, and for the past few months I've seen a switch up from Firestorm that I say would suggest that.
I mean, yeah, I feel like they've been trying to adapt, especially like a lot of players have just gotten that back-to-back ability down to a T, and obviously Firestorm wants to do everything they can to win, and I think they're definitely not gonna try and greed to get wins in the book. They know when to slow down and do so.
I feel like Firestorm has already peaked on back-to-back ability. They can work on something else by now.
I mean,
they can work on timing.
They've been like, I believe they had Ultra World Record in 2019. And it was 140k, and still to this point, like there's very few people who have that much with just T-spins. So obviously they have been very strong at it for a long time.
Look at their APB. It's maxed out.
Yeah, it's through the roof.
The sheer efficiency of Firestorm is something to be worried about, and if I were Tiki, I'd be terrified. You're going to need that max defense if you want to deal with that.
Absolutely, just all around Firestorm, very consistent. Even not that much faster than Tiki as well, looks like. So I think it's definitely going to be a tough matchup if Tiki wants to actually take it.
With that, we're going to move into the warm-up soon. Both players have agreed, and once they say that they're ready, we will go into the warm-up. I have to say, I'm definitely predicting Firestorm, probably the strongest player in this group right now.
Yeah, it's tough for me to say that Tiki has much of a chance, but I know they will be putting up a good fight.
I'm looking forward to see the adaptations compared to Minus. While Minus did not have much of a win condition that could kill Tiki, Firestorm has
many win conditions.
You're the data science major. I can't count.
I mean, I can't count that many either. It looks like getting it started here. Tiki is having that back-to-back chain, forced to break out of it. Firestorm's still keeping theirs going. Has that nice donation there, and well transition, still has it going. Tiki's struggling here at the top, getting spiked up so much. Does find a nice down stack to make it down, but Firestorm's still continuing with that pressure.
We talked about how Puffaloofs just didn't have the stacking ability to continue the chains once in a while, but that's not the case for Firestorm here. Probably one of the best back-to-back players. What is that from both players? The Ice Spin versus the Peace. I don't know what I just saw. Meanwhile, we have a 27 chain on our hands. And I say that it's gonna break.
Is it? I mean,
thank you, Firestorm!
Curse does not work out here. Tiki with the mish up there at the top cannot make it down, and Firestorm winning with 33 back-to-back in the warm-up. I mean, that was still very impressive survival by Tiki, but if your opponent can do that, it is very hard to counter.
Okay, for once, Firestorm is so powerful, not even the commentator's curse works on them.
Yeah, they are beyond our control.
I can say whatever I want! Let's go!
Okay, well, don't push it here. You don't know what happens.
Alright, good luck, have fun going into the actual match. Grab the stick versus the misdrop. Tiki is so... Oh, what the? Firestorm burns a T-piece.
Yeah,
well, with that, the kill's gone.
Yeah, does not get that kill, but Tiki is dealing with some cheese here, while Firestorm does try and get that back-to-back going. Looks like they do misdrop, so can't keep it.
Oh, that's another misdrop.
And Tiki with a nice spike up there isn't able to kill, but they are trying to get that back-to-back going to pressure.
Oh no, LST for Firestorm, you know what that means.
That means very likely death if you're their opponent.
Ooh, very nice well transition there.
Oh my
Firestorm is
goodness.
staring at their wells. It's so clean. It's a 16 chain. When did this even happen? I feel like they just broke their chain a while ago, and now it's 230 APM.
Yeah,
What?
I am just always so impressed by Firestorm's like ability to transition wells. I don't know if I've seen any other player that's been able to do it as well as them, and it shows here. They're just
What is this opener
so
from
clean
Tiki?
with it.
Wait, did you see that from Tiki? That was 3 T-spins set up at the same time.
I did not there. I was looking at Firestorm who like tried to do a
Firestorm might be stuck
TST
here.
donation, yeah, but looks like Tiki with a bunch of misdrops, but actually gets the win there. Firestorm just making a little too many mistakes at the top.
That's the 3.8 PPS from Tiki there. That's maximum speed, and that's another misstrew. Ooh. Okay, Firestorm can't really take advantage yet, but Tiki needs to fix up these nerves. You cannot misdrop mid-game versus Firestorm. Maybe during the opener, but in the mid-game they will destroy you.
Honestly, the opener might be the kind of worst time to do it, just because players are ready for that spike, but they did make it out of here. Firestorm's the one now dealing with some misdrops here. Trying to downstack through the cheese they have on their board right now. Do make it through nicely, but Tiki follows it up with some more cheese, but obviously Firestorm
TST?
very
Oh my goodness.
adept at downstacking. Yeah, gets
That
the
is
TST.
so clean. Oh, I thought they were gonna go for another one. Okay, looking clean. Fight back to back. That's going to be instant double digits. This is the most beautiful board ever. They're staring at their will still. Transitions perfectly and clears out the garbage.
Yeah,
And there we
Tiki's getting
go.
pressured so much right now. Does make it down nicely, but Firestorm's not done with this back-to-back. Gets a huge spike.
Oh no!
Oh, misdrop
no.
there.
The double misdrop. They did not intend to break the chain there, and Tiki's going to punish.
Yeah, and Tiki actually taking the lead here. Firestorm maybe getting a little too greedy trying to get those back-to-back wins.
Tiki's timing the attack so well to slip through the gaps. Every time Firestorm doesn't have anything ready, well...
Okay, looks like both of them trying to time this opener here. Like you mentioned, Firestorm going for a little more timing action, and is keeping that back-to-back with it right now, but then follows it up with a misdrop there. Shouldn't have said anything quick.
Your turn. Well, that wasn't too hard to fix for Firestorm, but that misdrop could have been annoying.
Follows it up with a misdrop.
My turn. Okay, it's back. Not even gods can resist the commentator's curse.
Yeah, but it looks like they seem fine from it, and Tiki not able to apply much pressure in that situation. And Firestorm is now getting more back-to-back going, and then another misdrop.
I think a TSM might have fixed that one, but that would be really greedy.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't
perfect
think
transition.
you don't have the time to lab that out, unfortunately.
What a beautiful sequence. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it did not matter. Those misdrops unaffecting Firestorm.
Firestorm just freestyle mech TST there. All the 3 white donations. Oh, and there's the stick.
It's like
Wait, Tiki's got nothing.
Yeah, they tried to go for the PC, but did not get it off. And this gives Firestorm a chance to go with that back-to-back, and they are going right now, speeding through it. Tiki
They're
just
looking
trying to
so
downstack.
clean. Staring at the well still, they're going to transition perfectly into this downstack. Tiki's in trouble.
Oh, yeah, Tiki couldn't find anything out of that 270 APM by Firestorm. Taking
We're
the
seeing
lead
why
back.
Firestorm is the highest APP player in this tournament. Just playing so clean all the time. Seems like never in danger, never in a rough position.
Absolutely. And it has that nice donation there. Tiki does have a lot of clean to work with, but it does make it down without being able to apply much pressure at all to Firestorm. Looks like they just canceled it completely at this point.
Immediate double digits for Firestorm yet again. That's a 27 spike. Thank you, back-to-back chains. 223 APM.
Yeah, looks like Firestorm's starting to misdrop a little bit less here, and when that happens, you can see them building those back-to-back chains up so high.
The stick coming in from Firestorm, not going to use it to kill. Tiki's playing very smart to cancel out the opener, but this back-to-back chain break is going to be very calamitous in the future, I believe. Because here we go, double digits for Firestorm yet again.
Looks like Tiki tried to greed for the TST, but a little too high up, could not pull it off in time. And Firestorm, another win in the books here.
Just an unstoppable torrent of D-spins and breakable back-to-backs, just sending Tiki to the top over and over
Oh no,
again.
Tiki misdropped that T-spin. There is a very nice fix for it, but it does let Firestorm pull off that stick.
Does Firestorm even need to time this? They're about to reach double digits again. That's the
I mean-
LST board! Okay. Okay, they're timing hard. Wait, it's working out. Oh my goodness, that foresight is insane from Firestorm. And the well transition.
Oh, the misdrop there might still... Oh, choosing not to keep the back-to-back. Probably a
That
better
would've been
decision there.
greedy.
Yeah.
And there's
They're-
some cheese.
Yeah,
Wait, there's
choosing
no
to go
building-
for the
no
back-to-back
building.
instead of down-stacking here right now. Does break out of it, though. Tiki is sitting at the bottom of their board with no back-to-back, though, so can't get much of a kill.
Tiki has cancelled the back-to-backs, but there's still no win condition in sight right now. Firestorm's looking so clean. That's a 17 chain, and it's all gone. Just disappeared. Firestorm is a magician right now. Oh, the count to 4 is gonna be perfect. Transition into the well, the 21 spike. 12 back-to-back, 13. Tiki's going to have to pull out some insane survival starting about right now.
Oh no!
Because Firestorm's popping
misdropping
off.
there.
Needed another eyepiece, and it just wasn't there. Firestorm takes the 6th round.
Yeah, just the worst time to misdrop if you're Tiki there. That's such a clean well to actually try and downstack through that pressure, but could not make it to it with the misdrop. But now with this new round here, we see Tiki does start building up that back-to-back, does break it for a combo there. Firestorm is cheesed up a little bit here. Does try and combo down here, does make it down, but still gets sent a lot by Tiki.
Good copy from Firestorm. Oh, misreads. That's a rare sight. Is going to find a down stack. Looking clean now and primed to start the back-to-back again. They're trying to transition to a center well right now. But it's not going to matter. Tiki is stuck. Miss holds the eyepiece. That was the only way to survive there.
Yeah, could not make it down, and Firestorm with a commanding lead at this point.
Timing. The Tiki TKI versus the Firestorm TKI. Battle of patience.
Yeah, I feel like Firestorm would used to never time that, but even if they're clearly the more dominant player
What?
right now, they're still
DT
choosing for it.
cannon!
And then gets the DT in the middle and still keeps the back-to-back with it. Okay, does break out of it, but they
Well
did
done.
have an opportunity there. Didn't go for it, though. Maybe a little too greedy.
Oh, that's not gonna be a chain. That would be so greedy. Tiki's playing super offensive right now.
Oh, they have such a clean well right here. Oh, does not continue the
Wait!
combo, but still gets
You
a
spoke
massive
too
spike.
soon! Where'd it
I
go?
said they didn't continue the combo, not the spike. They continued the spike nicely.
Where did the spike go?
I
That
mean,
was
right there
36.
just canceled all of it.
They're actually... Welcome to Hogwarts. They're sending your invite right now. Like, what,
Yeah,
where
they-
did it go?
It's just a magic trick. It's just gone in seconds, and yeah, Firestorm still does have some cheese on their board there, but Tiki's not able to get some spike action here to actually kill.
Firestorm's downstacking a lot though, playing significantly safer. It's interesting to see the playstyle change as Tiki has started becoming a lot more offensive. Being so aggressive and sending so many back-to-backs.
Yeah, just trying to find any way to kill at this point, but I mean, it's extremely difficult when your opponent is able to back-to-back so well, and when they're not, they just have such a great downstack.
As I say that though, Firestorm is looking primed to start a back-to-back. Will burn the eyepiece and count to 4. Oh, that would be so greedy to continue. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Would
He
that have
cancels
killed
out.
them?
It might have. It would be really risky for Firestorm there. Nice 21, double quad, breaks the back-to-back yet again, but Tiki's looking so safe anyway.
Yeah, they have a really nice well right now.
2 white floats, the best way
Tries
to do
to-
back-to-back.
Yeah, they're going for that ST stacking, does get through it nicely. Ooh, has that Z miss drop, giving Firestorm the chance to break their back-to-back, and now they're the ones building it up right now, up to 11 here, starting to speed up to try and get the burst kill. And
I
Tiki
looked
is
at Tiki
being
for
sent
2
to-
seconds. Already 15 back-to-back. I swear
Yeah,
by the
you-
time
you-
I build 5, Firestorm's up to 15.
I mean, yeah, you blink and you miss it. That's just the magic here.
Stick! Oh no.
Oh, miss drop there. That's very, very unfortunate. Tiki does have back-to-back build-up, but Firestorm just bursting out of that misdrop so quickly and so nicely.
Into mid-game we go. Firestorm going to try to start the back-to-back again. The well awareness is so good. Counts to 4 yet again. The eye pieces are there. I don't think the punish is there from Tiki. A little, actually. Firestorm chokes. There's a down stack, but will it come in time? Barely?
Yeah,
Okay, doesn't make it.
Yeah, Tiki finally getting another win there.
The 200 APM is going to work out for Tiki. Very nice aggressive play to punish the back-to-back. And to punish the misdrops.
Yeah, very nicely done there. Firestorm does have that back-to-back going right here. Does manage to continue it. Needed an L
More
or
misdrops?
eyepiece couldn't get to it in time.
What?
Tiki with another mid-game PC. What is going on? How do they keep finding them?
It finally kills as well. That's the first mid-game PC kill I've seen. And it's against the freestyle Fury Firestorm themselves.
Yeah, the one known for their mid game. Speaking of PC, Tiki finally going for them. Cannot get the second one though, and it does give Firestorm a lot of clean to work with right now.
Bro's trying to out pizza the HUD. What the heck?
I mean, it
This
worked
is
for a second,
Firestorm.
but
It nearly
Tiki.
worked this round. What? Oh, Firestorm! No!
oh my
Nah.
goodness! They decided to get revenge. They knew they got PC'd and they had to flex on them back.
Okay. Now I'm entertained. Okay, Firestorm. That was such a smooth TST tower.
Yeah, that was. I mean, that's Firestorm for you. They've got that flash whenever they need to prove to their opponent that they're not to be messed with.
Firestorm doesn't need Q. Firestorm makes the Q good. Everything works out when Firestorm's the one stacking it.
And right now they're stacking so well right now with this back-to-back here. Does have to waste T, but still keeping that back-to-back going at this point. Tiki sitting
barely
at the
survives.
top right now.
Ooh, playing so well, timing every attack. How is he still on? Oh my goodness,
Oh,
finally.
no. And now Firestorm at match point here. Yeah, Tiki, I mean, they were able to get a few wins in there, but yeah, struggling to do much of anything else there.
He made such a good effort there to downstack though. Throughout the entire match, Firestorm has had to work for it.
Yeah, I mean, like, they have no other option here. They're just trying to live as long as possible. Hope Firestorm makes a mistake.
Given no chance to build it back-to-back now, we saw some aggressive Tiki earlier, but this is not it. You need something to parry with, and look at Firestorm's aggressiveness. Tiki's just downstacking this entire time, and like I said, you can't do that against Firestorm, it's not enough!
Yeah, it is not. And Firestorm taking it with the 240 APM round, just such a dominant game by them, and yeah, nearly 700 more lines. Absolutely ridiculous showing by Firestorm.
Highest APP player for you, 700 line sent diff.
Yeah, that's just a skill difference. You can't say much else about that. I mean, Tiki played great. They still are gonna fight more in losers, but Firestorm is moving on to winners finals, I believe. So
The strongest player in this group, showing why they're the strongest player in this group.
Yeah, they didn't. I think they were like 4th seed in TWC, so that's for a reason.
Good effort. Still 300 versus from Tiki. That would beat most players. That would destroy me.
That would destroy me, to be honest. I cannot do that ever.
But with that, let's send it over to Skyfire for some great analysis for this great set. What do you got for us?
Okay, so first of all, can we talk about how of an insane match this was? Because
I want to talk about it a lot. I want to hear from you. I also want to talk about it.
That's why you're here.
Okay, I guess that's true. So, okay, well, I think it's very interesting because I had some worries about Tiki, especially because how meticulous his game plan is. Usually, when you are very calculative about that, then it's also very difficult to keep it up very high speeds. It's something that you even see in fighting games like Street Fighter, where people tend to just overwhelm their opponents so that they can't read their opponents. So I feel as though Firestorm was doing something like that instinctively, where I was definitely afraid because it wasn't going to be as easy and maybe as Tiki thought. There was a lot of things that surprised him, like the fact that Firestorm will spike you if you are high up. Something that we didn't really see as much with Minus, but I definitely think the biggest killer was the fact that Firestorm overall just had better proficiency at back-to-back. The fact that he had almost a zero hesitations when it comes to back-to-back, while Tiki was clearly like pausing a lot, meant that Firestorm could really pick up the pace and keep it up as the match goes on. And even though Tiki was getting used to the pressure over time, then Firestorm started adapting to that by, first of all, the TST tower. I mean, when you can get away with greedy setups like that if you're fast and you know that your opponent isn't going to pressure, so you might as well get away with it and it's worth it, that case. I mean, that's why people like watching Westel, because, I mean, we see stuff like that all the time. And as the match went on, it got even more chaotic because Firestorm started spiking more, and suddenly the pressure suddenly got doubled, and then Tiki was kind of just gone at this point. But honestly, I think it was a very good showing. I think Tiki's strategy just does have a lot of potential. It just needs to be backed up with a lot more fundamentals, and because he's still a developing player, I'm looking forward to see how he will develop. And that's comms.
I mean, yeah, against like Firestorm, who has at this point years of experience at top play, it's very much, it's like nearly impossible to do anything. So even getting 4 rounds off of them is very impressive.
Yeah. Edge, why are we watching this? Oh, technical issues. Technical issues. Alright, give Edge a second. We have some highlights for you. Chat, don't worry. We got some highlights, but...
Okay, yeah, it looks like we actually get the correct replays this time.
Oh, there we go. There's the triple T-spin. I saw that and I was like, bruh. Like, how do you have the foresight to set that up? You have to look so far into Q, or at least... Oh, that's so rough from Tiki, but it's...
I mean, it didn't matter that far, so
yeah.
Just a little too greedy at the top.
Just against Firestorm, how hard do you have to defend to deal with all of this pressure? Like, they can just keep going and keep going. They don't have a hole in their defense, and they make sure you make... They make a hole in your defense because of the sheer aggression that they play at. It's so difficult to counter.
Yeah, definitely right now. Oh my gosh, that was so clean by Firestorm right there. I mean, everything they do is clean, to be honest, but... I mean, yeah, you can see from these replays that they are very hard to be stopped.
It's hard to not be a fanboy looking at Firestorm play, but Tiki is definitely no slouch in the department, and although he lost this round, he's gonna be back for more, and definitely a player to look out for. I would not be surprised if Tiki upset the QMK, honestly. I heard QMK switched to a new keyboard.
Yeah, I did hear about that recently, but I mean, QMK's still in winners. I believe they're going to be playing Poison Drought next.
He's been having a hard time in TETR League. Dropped maybe 20 ranks?
I think it was like 10 ranks, but yeah, we'll see if they're up for the action. But I mean, yeah, again, still just want to review these replays a little bit. And obviously you see Firestorm when this one had 18 back-to-back. Tiki just couldn't do anything, man. If you're Tiki, you're very sad because it's a struggle fest.
Just a pleasure to watch Firestorm go to work. It's even more of a pleasure when you see someone who can counter Firestorm's playstyle, someone who can pressure them hard enough to actually make them think and do even fancier things. When Firestorm is always in their comfort zone, I swear their board just looks the same this entire time. And that's one of the strengths of foresight that Firestorm possesses, just able to make something out of anything and turn it into a comfortable position that they can work with.
I mean, they basically never have a bad position just because they always know how to continue like nearly everything perfectly. So yeah, it's just so impressive, their consistency in that regard.
Right, as we finish these up, we're going to move up to Poison Drought and QMK, 2 defensive players, but right as I say that, the last time Poison Drought turned it up, I started freaking pressuring QMK. So I don't know what to expect for that. Whoa, wait,
Yeah.
the spike from... Oh my goodness. I just saw that. Tiki got popped up.
I mean, yeah, that's bound to happen when you're playing Firestorm. Oh, and
I
such
do
a clean,
have
well
one thing that I'd like to
transition.
comment for when it comes to Firestorm, actually.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, that's what you're here for.
I guess that's true. I think the biggest concept that has been pretty underrated is parity management, which is specifically like being able to manage how bumpy your board is, and mainly just if you keep your board flat, then it's very easy to downstack. We've seen it in previous matches, like with Caboozled Pie, where he finds miracle downstacks. A stack like that is the Tetrio Prime, but we also see it with a lot of top players, where you see sometimes they'll waste TPs in order to make their board. But I mean, it may seem like a waste because, well, they're giving up an attack, but if you think of it in the long run, they can build up 40 attacks. And I think that's something to keep in mind, especially if you're like a top 100 player, top 50, you're trying to reach the top level. That's something to keep in mind.
You hear
Maybe
that
I'll start
quick?
taking some notes.
You hear that? I'm still two digits.
I mean,
I'm still two digits.
I'll get back there. You know, I'll get back there by my matches tomorrow. Just to wait.
Okay. Looking forward to it. But that's some advice just for you, straight from Skyfire.
Yeah,
Can't wait for
maybe
you
I'll.
to reach top 10 eventually.
Yeah, maybe I'll need it against Bloig tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, well, looking forward to Blarg struggling against you. Like, surely you don't sweep Blarg, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be a lopsided match for him, but I'll definitely hope that they'll try their best for sure.
I think Blarg has a pretty good chance against you, so you better watch out for that match. You better
Yeah,
not
well-
slack off tonight, you got me. I know you're commentating, you're gonna be tired, but you still
Yeah,
gotta work for that
I
placement.
need my full 8 hours of sleep to make sure it's a good one.
With that though, both players are in the room and we should be moving on into warm-up soon for Poison Jaw versus QM. This is the same graph again. Wait, what? This is the same graphic. Edge?
I mean, it looks like QMK's APM is slightly higher, but other than that,
QMK's VPS is a
yeah,
bit higher.
slight different,
Okay.
like slightly higher peaks, but I mean, still basically the same type of playstyle.
Willie, please. You gotta send the action numbers. Willie's still here. Yeah, I swear, we just duplicated the graphs again. We're scamming the stream.
Yeah, it's
always
a
the
lot
same
easier
image.
when you need to do half the work getting the numbers.
Alright. But yeah, both defense-leaning players who tend to react to stuff rather than attack. But they can both definitely switch up, and I've seen some crazy back-to-back chains from QMK. Even during Jacer's Cup, I swear the one Jacer's Cup that QMK managed to win, he was just pressuring Firestorm out of the board all the time, and it was insane.
I mean, yeah, QMK's been playing so long. Obviously, they have that back-to-back in their repertoire at this point. It's not surprising, but yeah, typically they are more defensive. We will see if they do try to implement it more against someone who might not be as offensive like Poison Jot is. But I mean, they have been playing very aggressive, especially their previous match. So who knows what they're gonna do? But with now, we actually get into this warm-up.
Man, offensive QMK just lives in my head rent-free. It's a
I
cursed
just-
concept, but it's also so great to think about.
Every time they do go offensive, I just see so many TST towers from them, and it's like I don't see it very often from any other player, but QMK just manages to pull it off, and they're just like not a player that I would expect to do it.
Well, what is this timing from QMK? That's a rough word to deal with. Attempted back-to-back chain there. Now's the time to practice, I guess. Ooh, Poison's so stuck. No way! Nice fix!
Yeah, gets the combo out, but still sitting at the top right now. QMK
Eyepiece,
does
eyepiece,
have that
eyepiece.
back-to-back.
Eyepiece comes! Alright, Poison Drop makes it out. Looking safe now.
Yeah, but QMK did have that back-to-back, was not able to keep it after that. Poison Drought still sitting at the top right now, though, just trying to get to the clean, and they're not able to.
That's going to set the tone for this match. It's going to be both players trying to go out of their comfort zone and actually pressure the other player to go out of their comfort zone. To do that, you have to be aggressive. You have to start sending attacks. You have to pressure them and send cheese. And that is going to be the game plan switch up for today, I believe.
Yeah, we're about to find out.
Okay, I'm looking at these numbers. It wasn't as crazy as last time. It's still pretty close, but it's actually significantly different. Ooh, double PCO.
And neither of them actually gets it off, though. Looks like QMK trying to build up that back-to-back, but does see that clean well and decide to go against it. Looks like they do have a nice spike there. Poison Drop misdropping on their own end.
That is so clean from QMK. Some Firestorm-esque stacking there.
Yeah, very strong start there.
MS2 QMK. MS2 is such a good scam opener if you want to take just one round off a really good player. It's also just very powerful in general, which is why you see so many players using it now.
Looks like Poison Drop unaffected by it, though. Yeah, making it to the mid game. QMK does start to build that back-to-back here right now. Does misdrop a little bit, yeah, breaks out of it in the meantime, but looks like Poison Drop also, with that misdrop there, forced to downstack a little bit, does make it back to the clean. Very nice board at this point.
Might still be the new keyboard coming into for QMK. I hope he's getting used to it, because he has to. Nice well awareness. Transitions into back-to-back. That's a perfect 3-white well that you can work with. And he showed that is not a lot of cheese from Poison Drought.
Yeah, looks like Poison Drought definitely taking their time a little bit more this set compared to the last one. Not going as fast, and
that's
QMK
beautiful.
Decides it's time to capitalize with that huge 29 spike.
Oh my goodness. A destructive downstack just dashing the defenses and dreams of Poison Drought. Right, finally a PC. They both find it and it cancels out.
Yeah, not able to get the second one there. My heart is broken for that, but they do make it to the mid game at this point. And QMK starting with that back-to-back pressure, going very fast with this burst. Not able to keep it, but Poison is sitting at the top at this point, trying to find a downstack.
This is so greedy. Okay, finally cancels out. But for a while, that was pretty crazy. Okay, garbage awareness. Oh, breaks the back-to-back. Take it back. QMK's being pretty aggressive, but also doesn't have a back-to-back. Back into a neutral mid-game, I guess. Both players are cheesing each other up. Trying to get each other out of the comfort zone.
Poison Drought ready with that nice fractal spike there, but QMK cancels through completely all of it.
Oh, that's a QMK special. One of the best downstackers in the game. It's not as offensive-oriented as it would have been in Jacetress, but it's still such a powerful defensive tool.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see that. And right now they're forced to use it. They are getting sent to the top here. Poison Drought not able to keep that back-to-back to actually get the kill. And QMK does make it back to the bottom of their board, while Poison Drought dealing with a misdrop there.
We talked about Tiki being an immovable object. QMK is the original immovable object.
Oh yeah, they're just like that. Like, not even reincarnated, because they were here first.
Looking so clean though. Pretty neutral mid game, but there we go. The QMK special yet again. So much cheese on the Poison Drought's board. Poison Drought has said that he struggles with cheese, and look, he's choking already. Offensive QMK playing so aggressive, sending attacks. Poison Drought struggling so much. There is a downstack. Going to struggle to find it, not fast enough.
Yeah, cannot make it down in time. That was just way too much cheese there. That might be QMK's strategy from now on. Just send some cheese and then start to pressure, because Poison Drought is struggling to get through it at this point here.
Send cheese, then spike has been the age-old strategy that no one can perfect. Except for QMK, I guess, who's been doing it perfectly this entire set so far.
I mean, so far, yeah, winning 4 in a row here. Poison Drought cannot get anything on the board.
I did say I thought Poison Drought had a chance, but so far QMK is doing incredibly well. Even with the new keyboard that I expect that he's been using. We'll have to find out in chat later, but so clean, wow.
Yeah, just Poison Drought, I feel like they're just struggling a little too much. Just too many misdrops, and I mean, you can't really do those type of mistakes. You can't get kills when you're doing misdrops, but you definitely cannot survive against QMK either.
Hopefully he's shaking out his hands there, taking a well-earned break. And here we go. Here's some fast Poison Drought. switching it up, playing more aggressive.
Oh,
But
follows
what-
it up with a Mace Drop, and then QMK,
QMK?
decides perfect time to spike. Just has no heart there. Does not let them get that win.
Where did that come from? That's the QMK special. That is the perfect downstacking skill that no one else has been able to match thus far. If you want combo downstacks, go no further. Order one right now from QNK.com. What?
Oh my goodness, that was such a clean donation.
QNK, no way! And the 20
It's-
spike!
Oh my goodness.
He's so clean! Where was this when QMK dropped 20 ranks?
I mean, maybe they finally did get used to the keyboard, because they are playing very strong right now. Trying to keep that back-to-back, but forced to break out of it as they get sent a massive spike and still can't downstack. QMK might sweep at this point. Already gets the Tetra League sweep. Just playing so well.
I saw a photo of QMK using a laptop at WPL, I believe. It was just a nerf. He would have been too powerful with a keyboard. He played on a MacBook at WPL.
I mean,
That's just
yeah,
him
if this is QMK
Oh
with
my.
like 1 week on keyboard, I don't want to see them with like 6 months on keyboard.
I'm sending QMK my wounding. He can use it better than I can. There we go, another round. Just give him all, give him all. What is this? Poison Shot's struggling so hard to find an answer. The confidence is all gone. The consistency,
Yeah.
the downstacks. He's struggling.
Yeah, they're just making too many mistakes on top of it, and like, even if they were playing well, they would struggle against QMK. But these types of misdrops are just, they're just killer when QMK's on point like they are at this point.
How is he doing this? It feels like every decision is perfect. That overhang
was-
fix is perfect.
That was so clean right there.
And a count to 4. And I swear he wants the TST tower right now, but the Q
Oh,
thankfully
Poison
isn't
Drought!
there.
I don't know what happened there.
Good
Managed
skin!
to clean it. That was
I
such a
love
nice
the ice
fix.
skin. Okay, looking clean. The well is there. My punish, let's go! No
Gets
sweep!
it. No sweep. I mean, at this point, if you're Poison Drought, you have to be happy that at least you get 1 game off there.
Alright, that's the taproot. You gotta start from some point.
It's like both
Maybe
of them
Poison
going
Drought
through-
get some confidence back, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, that's what they needed. I don't know if it's enough at this point. They are such a massive deficit behind, but they definitely want that win in the books. But QMK looks like they do not care about that 1 win. They are continuing this pressure right now. How's that back-to-back going? Not the cleanest board, forced to break out of
Multiplier!
it.
It's only 11, QMK feels nothing. But now we have a back-to-back chain from Poison Drought, forced to— WHAT?!
Doesn't matter. QMK's like, what back-to-back? I don't care.
I blinked! QMK was like dying, and Poison Drought was attacking, and I blinked. And then I saw
Poison Drought was dead.
I saw a 29?
Yeah, something like that. It wasn't even like multiplier. It was just so much cheese. Just such a nice combo there.
The combo table's nerfed in this game. You're supposed to back-to-back.
It does not matter if you're QMK.
It really
They don't
doesn't.
abide by the rules of Tetrio.
How does he find these?
Well,
The
right now
best
there's
downstacker in the game for so long, and still holding a hand onto that throne.
and right now they had such a nice downstack to get out of it. Sent Poison Drought so much cheese, and Poison Drought now trying to just downstack through all of this while QMK gets a spike ready,
It's so clean. It's a count to 6.
and it's enough
What
to
is this
kill.
efficiency?
Yeah, match point now. QMK just dominating at this point. Poison Drought cannot do anything to get any wins.
If I was a bot, I'd be jealous of MK right now. There's all the downstacks, all the back-to-backs culminating in the calamitous crescendo, just rushing upon Poison Drought. What do
Yeah.
you do against this?
I mean, yeah, CZ Taj is probably taking notes here.
Wait? Poison Drought's taking notes? Oh, I'm sorry.
Into a Mishroff, maybe not.
I'm rooting for both players. I need to curse QMK somehow, but it seems like he's been immune thus far.
Yeah, and right now they have that back-to-back built up while Poison Drought just
forced to downset with that cheese right now.
Looking pretty clean. But so is QMK. That much cheese is not going to pose a problem. One of the best cheese down stackers in the world. And now just counting to 4 at the same time. Oh, finally misses the count to 4. The chain will break, but the board's super clean. And the new chain's going to pose
here.
such a danger. It's going to kill. It's going to end the round and the set.
Man, with that, QMK moving on to play Firestorm in Winners Finals. What a classic matchup indeed.
As I said, we've seen this one before, and I'm hyped to see it again. But before that, though, let's head over to analysis, see what Skyfire's got for us. And I'm looking forward to that analysis, because there were some interesting things that I saw throughout the match. Welcome back.
Alright, so you two are looking forward for some analysis, huh? Got quite a lot. I mean, actually, I always have a lot, but I think it would be kind of interesting this time. You see, I made a couple of predictions of what I thought the match would end up. I mean, I made a guess that QMK would win by being more balanced at back-to-back, having a cleaner board state. But I think there are some things I didn't take account of before the match started. One thing for certain is that we can see QMK grouping his attacks a lot better than Circle does overall. We see Circle, he does a 12 spike, that's very typical, but with QMK, he has enough Q vision to be able to intentionally build up a 30 spike. Stuff with keeping track of back-to-back, and leading up with like a TSS into a TSD, into a Tetris, into a combo multiplier. And all because he just had exceptional combo vision that, I mean, it comes from his time with, like, probably playing with bots and playing cheese race. There's a lot of factors. Like, overall, definitely one weakness Poison Drought has is gonna be cheese. But I think even without that deficit, it was also the fact that QMK's overall better efficiency forced all the cheese onto Poison Drought's board. And I mean, with excellent timing, excellent board cleanliness, how do you really beat QMK? I mean, sure, you could try overwhelming him. You can try. I mean, sometimes he will make very small mistakes when he judges certain setups, but overall, most of the time he is practically flawless. And so the only way you can really break a hole in QMK is if you make the hole yourself, and I don't think Poison Drought had enough pressure to be able to do that, other than that one round where he did get like a massive 15 lines of clean. I think this was an interesting round to sort of showcase how both players, they have very similar playstyles, and yet we can see how a difference in fundamentals really makes a difference over the long run.
You mentioned that Poison Drought has a weakness to cheese, which is true, but you don't need a weakness to cheese to die to QMK's cheese, man. I'm sorry. No matter how good you are, I'd be scared of it. I could be freaking Vince and I would be scared of that! Where did that come from? That's the one I missed. I just missed it again. It happened in like 2 seconds. I want to see it. Dude, I haven't had a chance. That's twice now.
Well,
I mean,
I was
that's
mentioning the TSS, the 29 spike.
That's QMK for you.
It's so clean. It's out of nowhere. It's not like he's timing them that well. He just keeps finding them, and it's always so good, because who the heck expects that? I mean, if you're playing QMK, you accept it. Still, when you're playing the game, you can't just be perpetually terrified of a 29 spike, even though you have to be perpetually terrified. QMK is just that good. Good effort from Poison Drought, though, and we're looking forward to seeing some kind of losers run, if possible. But before that, it looks like we're going to be heading to a 10-minute break, and after that we have a comm swap. There's that losers round.
Yeah, we do have these losers 2 round matches being played at Hummingbird Nest if you want to take it out. Watch those while we're taking a break here. So, definitely going to be a good one. Poison Drought versus mine, so that's going to be exciting. But yeah, for now, we are moving on to a break here. We will be back in 10 minutes, and then there will be a comm swap with Ben and I'll still be here the rest of the night, but yeah, just you wait for this winners finals matchup that we're gonna see very soon.
I'll still be in chat. I have more trash talk and pastas for you. So look forward to that. I got content. I just got 3 hours of sleep, so I'm gonna need some rest. Alright, with that, let's go to break. Give the players a break, give Quick and Smart a break. And we'll see you in a bit.
Okay, hello everyone, welcome back. We're going to be watching Winners Finals next, Firestorm versus QMK, and I'm very honored to be here with Modest Tomato.
Yeah, it's good to be here too, and I mean, what a match to start your block on. This is the tale as old as time. These two, I remember my first tournament ever, these two were in grand finals against each other. And, clearly
Yes.
the tradition continues.
Yeah, it's been, 4 years? They're still here, they're not done, they're not
Almost
stopping.
5, it's crazy. It's crazy. And one thing I've noticed, whenever these two meet, and not only is it always a great set, which I'm super excited for, but it feels like when QMK wins, it's always the biggest games, I can recall like 2 times that QMK has stolen a title from Firestorm, but then all the Firestorm wins on QMK are like, well, they're a big step on a path to winning, but it's never that one crucial match. Lots of players still in losers, by the way, not to be counted out. We've still got a lot of matches ahead of us.
Yeah, with the Firestorm QMK matchup, I do think like Firestorm does have that advantage. They have been like consistently like top 5 in the world the past couple of years, while QMK has been struggling a little more. But I mean, obviously they're capable of popping off and getting the wins, so I think that's why they have a lot more hype aspect. But I mean, I'm excited to see it regardless, because I mean, I know Firestorm did take a little bit of a break from the game, so it might be a little bit more difficult for them to transition back into it. So we'll see if they're capable of stopping QMK.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to favor someone, I would also pick Firestorm, I think, here. But I don't know, it feels like QMK, just watching him today, has been so adaptable. Lots of creative new ideas, so it's going to be super interesting to see how these two stack up.
I mean, yeah, if you look at the pentagons here, you can see Firestorm overall has the lead here. I think QMK is slightly stronger on the defense, but yeah, it's going to be an uphill.
What do you expect?
I mean, yeah, you there's not many people you can say are better at down stacking than QMK,
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
but
right,
with
so
that-
we got warm up, right?
Yeah.
Just a little nice little warm up. We'll see what these silly geese are up to these days,
goofing and gaffing.
Yeah, as you do, This is. I'm liking already a lot of what both of them are playing out. Like, for the one, I'm noticing Firestorm playing at the same speed as QMK, unthinkable a few years ago. Like, absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, they are starting to
But-
burst a little bit faster here. We're taking their time a little bit at the start, but QMK does have that back-to-back going. Yeah, has to break out of it, though. Can't keep it much for long when you're playing against Firestorm.
Yeah, I know both these players have like very high potential. I feel like this is kind of like not hand warmers per se, but maybe like feeling each other out. Because I know both these players, and they can pop off way harder than that. So it's just
I mean,
getting the fingers warm.
it's just the warm-up. They're just getting
Yeah,
started.
exactly. They're just getting the fingers warm, remembering how to play the game after our 80-year-long break, and now it's go time. This is where the battle begins. So who do you have on this one? Firestorm?
Well, I
That's
mean,
how
yeah,
you kinda made it
Firestorm.
sound. Hey,
I mean, Firestorm's always winning in my heart.
Hey, Firestorm was our teammate. Is that like a center DT? No way that's still around in current year. That's crazy.
I mean, it's not something you see often. I am surprised Firestorm is doing it. Oh, they did start with a misdrop there.
Oh,
Does
that's
have
a
the
big
down
spike.
stack.
Could have, out of there.
Barely
Out of there for now.
That was such a nice down stack to actually
QMK
get out of
also
it.
with an awkward misdrop, and now QMK on the back foot should be able to dig out. So back to a fairly neutral situation. Firestorm a little bit stacked over the garbage, but I don't think it's going to be a huge deal.
Yeah, still sitting at the top right now. QMK is sending like a tiny bit of like triples and doubles to try and cheese up Firestorm a little bit, but I mean they managed to make it down just barely. But
QMK
in the
with
meantime,
a big hesitation.
yeah,
That's just, sometimes you get caught up, you think too long about something, and Firestorm immediate punish.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to keep that back-to-back in any way possible, but sometimes you gotta break out of it. Sometimes you just gotta give it up.
Yeah. I mean, trying to out-Firestorm the Firestorm is, I feel like what a lot of players are trying to do these days.
I mean, that's just gonna lead to a fiery destruction like that.
I mean, like we're seeing, yeah. I was about to say that's a convincing show for Firestorm, and QMK gonna need to find some answers here.
Yeah, Firestorm again with this DT. I don't know why they're doing this. This is not an opener they normally do, but I mean,
I saw them use this like however many years ago, but I thought surely this would be gone even when I was still casting.
I thought so too. Okay, but
would...
then they decide to go for that 27 TST tower.
No way! I can't believe they're both alive after that. Oh, Firestorm with 21 again, just piling it on. QMK
I'm
looking lost.
I mean, yeah. What do you do against a 27 into 21 spike like that? That was so clean by Firestorm.
I don't know. You go faster. You do something. You need an answer.
I mean, there's not much you can do. You can only go so fast.
Well, then maybe it's your turn to bust out the back-to-back. You know, there's always an answer. You just have to search for it.
I mean, when you're playing Firestorm, I don't know if there is.
It doesn't feel like it a lot of the time. That I won't deny.
Yeah,
I've been there. Like, yeah, it's awful. I'm not beating Firestorm anytime.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the one playing here.
Yeah.
Well, right now,
Who do you
QMK
have tomorrow
does.
in your pool? Blarg?
I have Blarg tomorrow in my pool. Yeah, we don't talk about that. That's for me to worry about later.
Yeah. QMK holding up a little bit better this game. That's a very clean well. Might be able to make something work with that.
Yeah, forces Firestorm to break out of their back-to-back. The double Imish drop! They don't have another one soon! Oh, does burst out of it. That was such a scary position for them.
That's the downside of really not having that burst speed, is when those big failures in the game plan happen, is you can't punish them as effectively as you would like. And
I mean, they got through it nicely, though. QMK is still pressuring so much right now. Definitely using that speed.
Oh, I love that. Oh, great spike. Does Firestorm have a way out, though? Oh, yes. And then QMK not, like, even though Firestorm is so cheese, I don't think QMK will be able to take advantage.
Yeah,
because
and
of
then
that little misdrop.
Yeah, they tried to build back-to-back, but they had some cheese of their own, so could not maintain it for very long. And Firestorm now, they're in such a good position to actually start to back-to-back here. And QMK reading too much for the T-spin. And Firestorm,
and when that cheese gets returned cheesily, right? Then it's your turn. You can't go too crazy. You have to be disciplined, be diligent, and
I mean, yeah. And even though we know QMK as like the downstack god, I mean, against Firestorm, who just got the mid-game PC,
that's so big.
You can't do anything.
That's a rough way to go. It's a tough mountain to climb as QMK.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
you know, QMK always seems to find a little bit of fire. So let's see if at least the sweep can be prevented. And you know,
I mean, yeah, that's if you're QMK, that's what you want right here. And I mean, they have that back-to-back right now, forced to break out of it. Firestorm still keeping theirs going. Are in a very clean position. Does manage to transition the well, but misdrops the S piece there. Forced to break out of it, and it lets QMK get out of their difficult position.
Yeah. QMK still not looking super pretty, but not looking bad either. Now, yeah, all cleaned up.
I think they are looking beautiful.
Firestorm have a way out? Oh, no, I don't know if QMK is looking so beautiful anymore.
Okay, maybe they decide to work on some modern art there, but they get out of it. Firestorm not in a position to kill.
Yes, but also Firestorm, you know, that was QMK's chance, right? And
yeah,
you know, when you have such few opportunities to kill a Titan, then you have to use them wisely, and that's tough.
I mean, but Firestorm dealing with a lot of cheese still. QMK managing to pressure with that cheese nicely. Firestorm can't build any back-to-back while they're trying to downstack, and QMK in a nice position to try and send.
Yep, I'm loving this back-to-back, but the problem is without the existing stack, like, Firestorm is rarely going to succumb to just raw pressure. Usually you need a spike, you need some sort of explosiveness. And it feels like QMK just not finding that today.
Yeah, they had a nice downstack,
right?
but not enough still.
Yeah.
And Firestorm nearly winning this, already winning the Tetra League first to 7, but obviously still need to win 4 more here.
This is a real set, all right? Let's.
This is no baby first to 7.
Yeah. I mean, first to sevens were even a commonplace in big tournaments sometimes back in the day.
Back in the
Hey.
olden times.
Hey, I'm a first to 15 believer myself, alright?
Yeah, that's for the troop fans.
For the troopers, yeah. Oh, I like that little down stack combo.
Oh, QMK with such a
great
nice
stick.
fractal there. Yeah, finally getting their first win in the books. There's a sweep you did not want, and Firestorm did not get.
I really like that QMK combined the little multiplier Tetris and then found the big attack immediately after. It's those kinds of combinations that will find you those openings. So
Yeah.
it's until then it's kind of poke and prod, but I don't
Yeah,
know. When you get poked that hard, it's
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Firestorm set up like a TSS into TST, but then they got the well for the TST so they could follow it up with a Tetris. Just ridiculous stuff there. And
Yeah.
Firestorm, what is with this opener? Were they like paid off by someone to do this? I don't get it. And it cost them maybe a little bit deserved. I won't lie. Why do they keep going for it? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Firestorm known to get a little silly with it, but you know
That is true.
when they're that
is
good,
true.
you know, you've got the right to.
I mean,
You know,
but
you
like
got
it's
it.
QMK they're flexing on. Like I can get someone else, but it's QMK.
I mean, hey, when the scoreline's 8-2, flex on whoever you want.
I mean, I guess I respect
Look, if it cost them the set, then I will be rethinking this. Oh my god, a QMK! I thought that spike was going to be way more deadly. I saw a big number on my screen with garbage to go, but Firestorm gets out of it.
Firestorm
problem.
still with this back-to-back at 20 now.
Look at
Might be
that.
forced to
It's
break
so
it
clean.
here. They deal so much cheese on their board. They do have a nice combo here. Not able to continue into multiplier, but they do get out of that very difficult position.
Yeah, QMK, he's out of there. But sent right back up because this is Firestorm we're talking about. Great dime stack find though, so no huge danger. And yeah, good down stack finds. QMK keeping it super clean, which is a must in this.
But it doesn't
Wow.
matter
But
when
it's
Firestorm
not
has
enough.
15 back-to-back. Like, you can keep it clean for only so long when your opponent's still not done with that pressure.
I think it's very interesting how like Tetrio or like the switch to Tetrio because the rivalry between these two is long before Tetrio, right? Like it's been around for a long time. And I think it's waned somewhat since Tetrio's come out. Not to say that QMK hasn't won in Tetrio, because he has.
It's just like so many more competitors now, they just don't meet up as often in bracket.
And not just that, it's also I think the mechanics with the QMK like combo down stack heavy style, right?
Yeah, it's-
combos aren't this great offensive tool in this game, right? They're more used to set up a multiplier.
Yeah,
Or to
absolutely.
play defense, right? But in in a matchup like this, it's if that was your only method of attack before, it's how do you what new solution do you find?
Yeah, especially with zero pass-through, making back-to-back chains so much stronger, it's more difficult. But, I mean, QMK showing us wrong here. Doesn't matter, they managed to get the pressure spike there to get another win here.
He's doing a good job at staying alive. Think the 7-0 deficit will be too much to overcome. But, if QMK can make it back and bring this kind of performance, then we might be in for a rousing grand final.
Yeah, the more the merrier if they can make it back. Right now, Firestorm with a huge spike ready. QMK does cancel most of it, but Firestorm's still not done with another spike into another spike. 260 APM there, bringing it to match point here.
That's just the Firestorm classic. Just so much. Oh, here we go. We're sticking.
Oh, has that
Oh,
Z-Mish
misdrop,
drop
though.
there. Not great, but they might get
I
out of
prefer
it
it when
here.
opener kills don't happen, so I'm happy about
Yeah, but
this.
it's satisfying. You gotta admit, sometimes it just feels so clean.
I'm an opener hater. I'm not of that camp. If you're of that camp, maybe we can find some common. What is Firestorm doing?
What is Firestorm
what is
doing?
homie up to right now?
Okay,
no way you still find
they
the
might
TST.
actually live this?
No, QMK with 2-3 misdrops. No, that's such a
Oh,
tragic
no.
way to end.
Yeah, QMK crying a little bit with that ending there. Firestorm was on the
That's-
ropes, but with that
Yeah.
they take it. Moving on to grand finals, confirming their position in top
In
16 at this point.
That's big.
Yeah,
That's where
I
you
mean,
want to find yourself.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If I was playing, I would want to be top 16 as well.
I mean,
Maybe
you are
tomorrow.
playing.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Good luck. Doesn't seem easy.
Yeah, but with that, what are your thoughts on this set, Skyfire?
My thoughts on the set? Well, other than it being quite a classic matchup, I think in this sort of setting, there's a lot to analyze. I mean, like I said, there's always a lot to analyze. I'd say in terms of similarities between other sets, this was kind of similar to Firestorm versus Tiki in some regards, where QMK and Tiki are quite the defensive players in general. But I think this matchup in general was just extremely hard. The biggest factor between Firestorm and QMK is going to be the difference in burst speed, because both of them can have very similar fundamentals. We see that QMK can hold back to back and stuff, but because despite being the same average speed overall, Firestorm being able to burst 4 PPS makes it so that QMK just doesn't have enough time to build huge back-to-back chains like he'd normally be able to do. And when Firestorm is in a tough situation, their burst speed allows them to be able to cancel any cheese that QMK may be sending. So in a sense, QMK's win conditions are being very much nullified. I mean, it's sort of the situation. I mean, it's hard to say with higher level gameplay because, I mean, in lower level gameplay, speed doesn't matter as much because you can usually compensate for it with some other tactic like timing or maybe better stacking in general. But here with something like the top 10, it's a lot more difficult to iron out what needs to be done other than going faster and perhaps finding more creative solutions that seem very unconventional. I guess when efficiency is maxed out, the person with the fastest speed tends to win, and that reminds me of a certain strategy. We've seen a lot of people where they focus a ton on timing, and that's not a bad thing. The tactic of purely just pausing for the attack, then you tank the attack, and then you attack. One thing I did see from QMK that I'd like to definitely see executed by other people, I mean, we do see it executed with other people, but replace the pausing with upstack. So while you're waiting to tank an attack, you are building up your attack, you're making it bigger, and that's something we sort of see with Firestorm. Those moments where we see 40 spikes, where they're able to chain one spike to another, that's them building up a huge greedy attack while also waiting for QMK to send. And you know what that results in? It results in a 40 spike, and even more, and it can be very consistent. And I'd like to see that sort of strategy being executed even further, with players being able to develop more, and I'm looking forward to see how these players will continue to get better overall.
Yeah, good analysis. I'm really thinking, like, it's very interesting to see Firestorm into that sort of timing win condition from a player so famous for their pressure and just, like, raw aggressiveness. You know, seeing them implement that kind of element into the game, that's just, I don't know, it's very exciting to see.
Yeah, I mean, as a Firestorm fan, it always makes me happy when they do improve their repertoire like that.
But hey, that being said, I think we have some donations to shout out, if I'm correct.
Yes, we do.
I guess I'll start with Mitsu with $100. Known Nishiju lover. I have no idea how to say that. I've probably butchered it. My bad. But, you know, hey, more cash for the players. We're not complaining.
And then, yeah, beyond that, we have a bunch of people who have bought, like, a bunch of merch. We have Flower Petal, who bought all three, the keychain. Or, wait, okay, no, they bought the TWC and the Tetro keychain, and then they bought the shirt as well, so shout-outs to them. And then Glitchy PSI as well. Amazing graphic artist for the community, getting the Tetro keychain. And then us getting the Tetro keychain as well. Want to rep their game a bit, understandable.
Yeah.
And then after that, we have Summerburst getting the PK shirt, PK jersey, Tetrio keychain, and TWC. keychain, so I appreciate all of the buying. If anyone else wants to get their own stuff, I believe, I think it might be exclamation point merchandise, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
was gonna say, I'm sure there's something.
Yeah,
there it
okay,
is.
it's
TK
under
with
prize pool then, I guess.
Yeah. Fort and Zudo with the desk mat as well. And we're at over 2,650 for the players, and we're still in pools.
Yeah,
So,
we still have
this is
the
big.
rest of tonight and then tomorrow, and then obviously after that we have top 16. So make sure to support if you can. Obviously, these players very much deserve it. Everyone here has been fighting so many grueling matches to make it this far.
Yeah, and there's only more to come, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And then I think with those donations out of the way, we're moving down to losers now, where we're gonna see Poison Drought versus Tiki, who we did see earlier on the stream. They did make it their way through losers. Poison Drought did put up a very good fight, won 11-9 against Minst, and then Tiki, very dominant showing against Puffy, winning 11-3 on their own end.
Yeah. I'm just super excited to see how these two players are going to match up against each other, because I know both are clearly super talented. Circle, I remember, who I believe is a Poison Drought, you know, how times change. But, you know, I also been around for a while, played in the old Underdogs Cup days.
I did not know that. I did not know they were an Undercut member, but I mean, they've made it very far, clearly.
Yeah, as many have, you know. Just the talent has, I don't know, it's the development of new talent is incredible. But I can see, I don't know, these two usernames, one which I never had heard of, and one who was but a wee lad. And now, you know, them playing to fight QMK for a top 16 spot. So.
Oh, yeah, I mean, both of them very, very similar playstyles, as you can see by the Pentagon. So I think Poison Drought does play a little bit faster in general, but I think Tiki does have the ability to outburst them. So, I mean, we'll see if they decide to actually implement that into their strategy. It'll be interesting if they decide to continue with that low 2 PPS route that they've been going for so long. But, I mean, I know Poison's really good at adapting, so we'll see if they're able to do that themselves.
Yeah. I mean, with that being said, you know, this is for all the marbles at the end of the day, right? We're in losers bracket. This is the last chance in the World Championship. So both these players gonna look to make it count, you know?
I mean, yeah, I know. I've been talking to Poison Drought a little bit recently, and they really, really want to make top 16. They want that money that comes with it. So I know they're gonna be fighting with everything they've got.
Hey, you gotta get that bag. And that being said, we're in the warm up here, and the way it looks, both of them cooking way harder than Firestorm and QMK did in their warm-up. I already saw 4 PPS burst from Poison Drought. Tiki a little more defensive, but either way, still clearly like you're playing very calculated, very controlled.
Yeah, playing very nicely so far. Poison Drought definitely using that speed right now. Tiki still taking their time, as always, in their previous matches. Looks like neither of them are phased up too much. Tiki does get sent huge, like really high up, does greed for the C-spin, does pull it off there. Can't keep the back-to-back,
just
though.
Keeping the back-to-back up really high, up to 10 now. Oh, gonna have to break it there, right as I say that. And now the stack looks a little more awkward, but should be able to clean things up.
Yeah, I think able to get that Tetris, and then nice donation there, or prophecy. And into the TST there, but TKI on the other end has a really clean well width. They're doing fine for themselves.
Yeah. But I don't know, the way this back and forth has been going, it feels that Poison Drought's just gotten slight out damages, and then I'm not necessarily a big fan of a lot of these tools. I mean, again, this is the warm-up. I don't want to read too deep into it. But I feel like Tiki's kind of been taking a lot of cheese just from canceling a slightly bigger attack. And, you know, kind of not ideal.
I mean, yeah, you don't always want cheese on your board.
Yeah, you know, crazy.
Surprising. Revelation by us.
But they've proven. Oh wow, that's a big misdrop. Let's see. If
but does fix it nicely,
I love
though.
That fix. That's a great fix. I mean, clearly Tiki's unstack though has been easily good enough to counter the pressure. from Poison Drought. So
Yeah, it does not seem to be enough to actually kill here. So Poison Drought. I mean, we might get to a lot more margin time rounds again because Tiki did do that in their previous sets. We'll see.
yeah, we're in it for the long haul. Both of them fighting with true grit for this ability to fight for top 16, and you don't want to lose at the end of the day.
I mean, yeah, if it requires you to down stack the whole set to just get one win, that's what they're gonna do. I mean,
Yeah.
Obviously, still very nice survival by them. Poison Drought still trying to send pressure here, and we can see the gravity start to increase at this point. Poison Drought with that interesting S-spin decision there.
Very crazy.
It is a favorite of mine. I wasn't expecting that one in that position, but I mean, they did clean up their board after it, so they are fine. But I mean, both of them are sitting at the bottom of this board at this point. They are approaching margin time at this point here, where the spikes will start to increase and gravity will go up as well. So we'll see how these players are able to adapt to that.
Yeah, I'll be honest, can't lie. Tiki looks like the exact kind of player I just hate to face in like a queued game. Just like so defensive, so consistent. It's just so hard to find a weakness. The classic infinite downstacker archetype, and
well, that's why we need these opener wins. You're hating on them, but they have their uses.
Man, you can't win. You just can't win in this economy.
there's no winning for you.
This is market crash I beat. And Poison Drought might be looking to finally put an end to this, though. Or Tiki, both of them really high up, or not high up per se, but like have big attacks ready. Poison Drought gonna drop a 24 spike, but Tiki gonna cancel most of it.
Poison Drought still keeping that back-to-back, but doesn't get the T-piece in time to continue it, and Tiki finally takes that warm-up.
A 4-minute warm-up. I think we're in it for the long haul. Look at the line sent and received as well. I don't know if that's available.
That was for warm-up? Oh my goodness. Well, I've had less than like a 1st to 7 against some players.
I remember when folks used to complain when games would go to the hurry-up garbage in Tetris Friends. But
oh my god, what a time that was. That was
now that was going double that, and it's your warm-up game.
Yeah.
But hey, this is, it's clearly proven, if the warm-up proves anything, it's that it's going to be a very even game.
I mean, yeah, we'll see if Poison Drought is able to figure out any way to actually get the kill before it takes that long, because I don't doubt it is very tiring to play at 3 PPS for 4 minutes long.
I was gonna say, like, I feel somewhat confident that, what's it called? They're gonna find some breakthrough. I mean, surely wait until margin time isn't a consistent game plan, right? Surely.
I mean,
God, I pray.
I've seen it work before. I'm not saying it's the most fun strategy to watch, but it has worked for some in the past. We'll see if Poison Drought is able to adapt. They are playing a little bit slow. Yeah, they're playing a little bit slower, and Tiki just timing perfectly there at the start.
Yeah, this is wackadoodle, and is this a Mr. T-spin?
Oh yeah, I believe so.
Oh my God,
I think that's a Mr. T-spin. I could be wrong and just calling the opener this whole time, but it's not something you see often, that's for sure. Okay, Poison Drought deciding they're the ones to time there. They refuse to send that T-spin. Tiki does get the PC off, but still, Poison Drought does survive here.
I don't know if you know that one Smash game. It's like Evo Grand Finals, and the TOs have to step in and say, "Yo, play the game."
Oh yeah,
already.
yeah. I've seen a video about that.
That's what this feels like right now.
They're just like, hurry it up, guys.
We got a bracket to get through.
Yeah, we've got more matches here.
Poison Drought with a pretty big attack though. Yeah, but both of them, look at this. This is so conservative, so I don't know, this is so patient.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, like a little bit of fuse on Poison Drought's field. Tiki waiting to send all this clean and a big spike.
Yeah, they might.
I like that
Poison Drought,
19 there. But
yeah, it does send a
great
nice
cancel.
spike. TKI forced to cancel, yeah. Poison Drought with these insane T-spin setups
I
does
like
not
this,
keep the
'cause
back-to-back.
It feels
in
like even what's it called? Tiki is just waiting to like to do attacks, waiting for the moment to strike. So you might as well get greedy with your attacks. You know. Now.
Okay, looks like
That's
both
a
of
new
them.
one for me from Zindrao, but
Yeah, it's a nice little donation there, but looks like both of them trying to keep that back-to-back. Poison Drought is misdropping a little bit. Does get the 1 in 10, so can't do the STSD.
we hate those. Those are always tragic. Hitting that
Yeah.
1 in 10. Like, you're already down 0-2, and then you get hit with that. Like, come on.
Yeah,
No
they hate you
fairsies.
dirty.
And I mean, I feel like what did kind of work for Poison Drought in that first game was just keeping up the speed. And now I feel like the game plan's kind of getting overthought.
I mean, they're trying to figure out another way to do it, because they just can't get the wins with the back-to-back, so...
See, the thing is they haven't really played at that full, like, that bursty back-to-back style since the warm-up. And I mean, sure, it didn't work in the warm-up, but I wonder, you know, like, I feel like that avenue hasn't been fully tested, you know? Whereas this slow style, it feels like it kind of runs into the same issues, except without the existence of pressure. It's thereby giving Tiki even more time to time.
I mean, yeah, it's difficult. Poison Drought is known for trying to adapt, so I think that's what they're doing right now, but...
I like
It's-
this sort of... now they're kind of like mixing up the speeds, you know, sometimes slow, sometimes fast, trying to mix up the timings. Be calculated, I feel. And I think that might lead to some success. Either way, we're getting places.
Yeah, looks like Tiki does have that back-to-back, sending Poison Drought up to the top. They're trying to downstack through that clean, but might not be able to get to in time. Still alive,
Worst
but...
pieces, too. That's so
Yeah.
unfortunate for Poison Drought. And Tiki just kind of, you know, getting places.
I mean, yeah, again, just leading 3-0 here. Poison Drought can't do much. Looks like Tiki might be waiting a little bit, timing here.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's I don't know. It's a slow, patient game.
Yeah, definitely a contrast from the previous set where obviously we saw Firestorm's aggression, but I mean, I think Poison Drought really wants to win this, so that if it requires them to take it a little more slowly, they will. But I mean,
Yeah.
they're still forced into Tiki's slower playstyle. I mean, it's working for Tiki so well.
Just feels like what's it called? Going into just into a brick wall. It's just, it looks so difficult for Poison Drought, and just it doesn't feel like there's an answer. Now once again trying to play a little faster, seeing if they can kind of get a win early, and they might be able to find it. I like this back-to-back pressure, very aggressive, nearly 4 PPS, really pushing themselves to go crazy here, and I think that might be the key.
Yeah, well, forced to break out of it though with that misdrop right there. Does let Tiki get away with it. I keep calling their name TKI. I'm just so used to saying that. It is a very difficult habit to break, but I mean, they're still playing so well, even with that back-to-back pressure by Poison.
Yeah. Though I feel like, what's it called? Here, even when the mistakes are coming through for Poison Drought, like, at least there's the burst speed to potentially, what's it called? Dig out. Not working in that case.
Yeah, they couldn't in that situation. It's very difficult here. I mean, Tiki just running away with it here. Poison cannot figure out a way to do it. Maybe PCs are the way. They did get the first one, but...
Look at these T-spins from Tiki. Oh, that's a big misdrop, though. Might be an opportunity to punish. Maybe? Oh, that misdrop for Poison Drought. That will seal it. Or at least the ability to kill. I don't know if they're dead, but they are that as well, and it's just...
Yeah, it's I mean, in
It
my
just
heart
feels
of
like
hearts...
there's no answer.
I'm rooting for Poison, and I still hope for a comeback, but right now it's looking very difficult.
What the heck? Where's the unbiased cast we're all hoping for?
I am a very biased player. I try to hide it my best as I can, but yeah.
Look, I'm very biased, but you know, I'm trying to make it a little subtle at least, you know.
Okay. I'll try better next time. Clearly, I don't have the chops
Silly
you do.
goose. Hey, I mean, it's not like I'm some expert or anything. I just talk over Tetris pieces being placed. I don't think that qualifies me for gold medal.
But right now, it might. Yeah,
Oh,
Poison Drop
that's one.
finally gets it. Maybe that's what they needed. They just needed to hear it from me that I'm rooting for them.
Hey, no, a little bit of fire, and you never know. When you have momentum, sometimes you can become a comet. You can explode. And
I mean, yeah.
maybe Poison Drought can, you know, find some consistency. I don't know if the perfect clear was possible, but boy, did it look so close and tantalizing.
All right, now on the other side of the board, we see Tiki is going faster now. After that first loss, they decide maybe it's time to step it up a little bit. They do misdrop through it, though. Do find a nice fix out of it, though, and back to slowing down here.
Yeah, a lot of this sort of cancel-heavy play, which is like, I think it makes a lot of sense, and it's being used with a lot of purpose, which I think is helping Tiki a lot. But even so, like, when I see these bursts from Tiki, I wonder, like, what if you just used the Firestorm-esque style of burst at 4 PPS and won that way, and would it work out better for you?
It's a good strategy, not one you can do, not very many people can do, but, I mean, yeah, it works pretty often for some players.
I know, I'm just looking at Tiki's speed, right? Almost 3 PPS, and this is with long pauses for timing, which means, like, you know, there's a lot of speed under that hood, you know? It's like when, like, your car, big horsepower engine down there, just to go 50 in a sedan on the highway, you know? Like,
yeah, I mean,
when you
it
have
makes
the
sense.
engine, is it not best to just use it? And Poison Drought almost finds a kill there, very close.
Still keeping that back-to-back, though, getting to double digits at this point, and Tiki is struggling at the top here,
Yeah,
cannot
Poison
find a
Drought,
way out.
yeah.
And they get their second win in a row here, I believe.
Great back-to-back from Poison Drought, 14, I believe, at the end of the game, and just keeping that pressure up. And that might be exactly what you need to win a game like this.
I mean, yeah, Poison Drought's definitely happy with these back-to-back wins. Tiki looks like not the greatest position right now. He's forced to downstack out of it. Poison Drought, I'm not sure if that S piece was a misdrop or intentional, but I mean, it worked out nicely for them.
Ooh, Poison Drought might be overthinking a little bit.
Can't waste that T piece there.
Still
Nice
fine.
combo,
Great
though, to
down
get out
stack,
of it.
And
Yep.
yeah, gonna be out. Well, we'll get hype again in 30 seconds. No, just kidding.
Okay, on the other end,
Ooh,
Tiki has
Poison
been
Drought.
building that back-to-back.
I'm surprised Poison Drought was able to live that, but this 18 back-to-back is really
Gone.
difficult to overcome.
It's gone now.
It is gone now, but it might. Is it enough? Like, Poison Drought's still on the back foot. Needs a magic miracle. Might
Do
have
they get
it.
down? Barely alive.
No way you're alive. No way.
Come
No
on.
way. Still on the
No,
ropes. Oh, my.
I'm heartbroken by that.
Can
That
only
was so
have the
close.
magical cue for so long, and oh my, that was incredible survival. Holy.
That was a great attempt. Still not enough there. Tiki just too strong with that pressure at that point.
Yeah, and I feel like now the set's a lot of back and forth. I feel like Poison Drought hasn't necessarily found an answer, but found a way to stay competitive. The problem is it too late?
Yeah, it's when you're down
this
this
is a big
far,
deficit. Yeah, I can't lie.
and then losers bracket, this is your last chance. I mean, Poison Drought needs to gain that momentum. They got 2 in a row, but I mean, Tiki's only 4 away from taking it, so they don't have a lot of wiggle room. Ooh, barely surviving that spike, but still not able to get down to the clean in time. Now 3 away at this point.
Yeah, and it's just a very consistent game plan from Ki. Just find the right time to counter, and the spikes have been brutal. They've been incredibly powerful, and it's just been difficult for Poison Drought to sort of build around those. And yeah, I don't know. It's looking real tough for Poison Drought. Gonna need a miracle here, but Tiki just so effective. And this is honestly looking like Raps.
I mean, yeah, only 2 games left. Tiki needs to win it all. Yeah, Poison Drought, even though they had those 2 wins, just struggling to do anything right now. That was a nice little donation by there, but still, Tiki is the one with the back-to-back here, so they're not affected by any attack whatsoever, and Poison Drought's the one forced to downstack through this 9-0 well. And still 9-0, that's like 3 Tetris in a row.
Yeah. I mean, 9-0, not the worst, right? I mean, obviously it's not what you're going to set up if you have a choice, but
I mean,
sometimes you have to go for it, and it works wonders there.
Yeah, looks like Tiki made a mistake at the top of their board and couldn't get out of it.
Yeah. Alright, let's see what Poison Drought has to offer. Another Mr. T-Spin. Oh, I love these little T-Spin follow-ups. Oh, look at how efficient. Oh my, look at the pressure. 8 back-to-back already.
Such a clean burst. You have to waste T there, but they're still keeping it going. Tiki is at the top of their board, cannot get to the eyepiece in time, and another win for Poison.
Poison, it really feels like in this late set, finding these little pieces of momentum to, I don't know, to really keep the dream alive, but that might be a dream crusher.
Yeah, when Tiki goes like 320 APM with PCs and Poison Drought
5
misdrops.
PPS, by the way. That's that high horsepower engine that's sitting in the back, you know?
Yeah, just gotta be ready for it at any moment, and Poison was not, but now Tiki's the one misdropping on their own end. They are able to clean it up, still has the C-spin set up after that. Poison Drought not able to do much to kill. Do have that back-to-back going for them, though. And Tiki sitting at the top there with another misdrop here. Poison Drought slowly inching closer. I'm not saying there's a chance, but I mean, they've been playing well right now. Tiki just needs to win 1, though, to move on to win or to losers finals.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. This is where legends are made, right? If Poison Drought can find 4 more rounds, 2 already in a row, to make 6 in a row to bring it to overtime, well.
Oh, they start the opener with the deuce. Tiki does get the PC here. Gets the second one. Can't continue.
Gets the eyes in time. That's huge. Big deal. Don't want to die to perfect clears that fast.
Yeah, they needed that burst, and they got it out at the perfect moment. Tiki does have that back-to-back built, though. Might be forced to break out of it, especially this high up. Yeah, cannot keep it for long. Poison Drought sitting at the top themselves at this point. Finding a downstack, but still
alive, but it's still precarious. It's not pretty, and okay, Poison Drought gonna dig out of there. Tiki gonna give him an opportunity, and
they do send another spike right after, though. Poison Drought gets through it nicely, though, and Tiki misdropping that T piece. They do burst out of it, though.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, Poison Drought being sent to the top now does find a small combo there. Tiki looks like they have some more misdrops. And Poison Drought gets another win here. 3 away from bringing it to deuce. Slowly inching in.
I don't know, in Tiki, it feels like maybe the reason they aren't uncorking that high horsepower engine is inconsistency. You know, now a lot of misdrops have been showing during these bursts. And
yeah, and Poison Drought with a nice 24 spikes there, and Tiki with another misdrop.
Poison Drought 4 in a row. Could be clawing his way back in.
He is fighting with everything he's got at this point.
Yeah, this is... Poison Drought really wants that cut of the prize pool.
Tiki not able to get the second PC because of that line send.
This back-to-back.
He has such a clean well. Circle does get out of it, though, and in a back-to-back position, getting sent so much right now. Does have that Z misdrop, though, and that hesitation might be too much, and not able to do it, and Tiki takes it. Oh my goodness, that was a nail-biter. Poison Drought was coming back.
Comeback, you know? It was... If I'm Tiki, I'm real scared there.
Yeah,
and, 8-9 win.
Yeah, that was...
Just poking fun at production. But, Yeah, I don't know. Tiki really just got that early lead, and even though Poison Drought made the adaptations that you hope to find, Tiki will move on and fight QMK.
Yeah, that was such an amazing performance by Poison Drought. They tried their best, but couldn't get it done.
All right, talk to us, Skyfire.
Oh yes, a lot of things to say. Honestly, it's honestly I'm kind of at a loss for words because it was incredibly nerve-wracking. Because a lot of Tiki's playstyle I'd like to describe as the puppet master in a way. And his sort of gameplay is very similar to trying to control the pace of the entire game with micromanaging garbage. But the issue is that if you do it for very then it just becomes incredibly difficult to maintain such mental stamina. And so for the first half of the match, it was working extremely well because he has a very refined judgment of when he's safe or not. He got a very good understanding of Poison Drought's patterns, especially with warm-up, and he can certainly punish a lot of the decisions that Poison Drought was making. And I'd say one of the mistakes that Poison Drought was making was what I'd like to call pockets of vulnerability. There's the time period between you make a T-spin setup, and then there's actually executing the T-spin setup. You have to cycle for the pieces to get the TP. During that moment where you have no attack to defend with, that is when you're vulnerable. What I noticed from Poison Drought is that those moments are actually quite big, and so while he's trying to cycle for the T-piece, he ends up with a lot of cheese on his board. But usually when you have top 5 players play, they try reducing that amount to around 1 to 2 pieces. And that's why even when you try sending them a lot of attacks, you always have something prepared afterwards. So I'd say that's definitely one thing to work on. But halfway through the match, we noticed there's a lot of inconsistency with Tiki. And he didn't mention in the chat he needed some water. And that's mostly just because being able to keep track of so many factors for so many matches is, eventually you're going to need to take a break, and it's gonna take, and definitely that's where we see Tiki making a lot of mistakes, especially with misdrops, misjudging, and Poison is being able to get that momentum going and take advantage of it with to back.
Yeah.
Tiki, after a while, managing to clutch it out with a bit of effort. But it's definitely was actually quite a closer match than some might think. It's quite amazing.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Tiki did say they needed a break after this for water, and if I was Poison, I would be very mad at the assumption that they were gonna win, even though they were still playing in the set. So maybe that drive them to push a little bit further and bring it so close at the end.
Yeah, it's just very fascinating to see this kind of style. And, I wonder how, what this playstyle mastered would look like, if you have the endurance to continue this sort of puppet master style, and whether it's sustainable against the top level, even at the highest speeds of play. So, I think many players subscribe to the Skyfire school of thought, and so, only time will tell how those players evolve.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Tiki will improve. But personally, I'd like to see that puppet master sort of playstyle be more balanced. I definitely think it can. It just will need to take a lot of experimentation against. I think consistent pressure is also going to be important, exciting to do it, and there's going to be some more experimentation that I'm looking forward to see.
Yeah. It's a new idea, and it's got to be tested, so...
They have time to experiment now. Maybe not experiment, because they're playing QMK, but they got a chance to try it out up next.
QMK is going to be incredibly difficult, because QMK can also control the pace of a match. There's going to be back and forth with a lot of... And I wonder whether Tiki's mental stamina will be able to pull through.
Yeah, but with that being said... sorry, go on. You cut out.
I was
for me.
about to
don't know if
say
it's
that
my
I'm
end.
certainly looking forward to what the next match will end up like.
Yeah, I know you said you were excited. Hey, I mean, seeing your disciples play is one of the greatest joys of commentary. And so, we'll have to see how Tiki will stack up against this old school titan of the game. Next up, here on Puzzle Kingdom. All right, looks like slowly QMK and TGT, or I don't know why I said TGT.
TGT.
I mean, it's in the name. I'm not wrong.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but it's all the way at the end.
I don't know.
Man's reading the name backwards.
Hey, I mean, maybe it's in Hebrew, and you just didn't know.
I mean, is Hebrew backwards? I thought it wasn't.
Maybe it's Arabic. I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I know Arabic is for sure.
Yeah.
So I mean, who knows?
I probably just mixed them up. I'm clearly not a foreign language major, so, and it shows.
I mean, that's not what we're here for. If you wanted us to commentate in another language, then give us a few years to actually learn that.
Ay, 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 vamos, QMK! Ay, ay, ay. With that being said, this is, for all the marbles, we have QMK and Tiki going to be playing for the last top 16 slot, the honor of prize money.
Well, the last one in this group, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm excited. It's gonna be really good stuff. And both of them, as we know, very strong defensive players. We'll have to see how they poke and prod and find each other's weaknesses. So it's gonna be exciting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely. It's going to be interesting to see if Tiki's slower playstyle is going to work out against QMK, who obviously does often play a little bit slower than their opponent. So I mean, they're very aware of that playstyle and going to be ready for anything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm excited. It's like fighting an evil clone of yourself. Same sort of ideas.
Except the clone's been existing for years before you have in the game, so kind of an uphill battle.
The question is, who's the evil clone? Who's the good guy?
That is true. That is true.
What if they're both evil? This is.
I could not imagine QMK being evil. That man's a sweetheart.
The plot of the defensive players to overthrow the Tetra's government, but.
That'd be an interesting movie for sure.
Anyway, this is a good match. Can't wait to see how it turns out.
Yeah, looks like these guys are ready for warm-up. Let's get it going.
Yeah, exciting stuff. All right, very, very relaxed, as you do. It's just a silly old warm-up. No big deal.
Yeah, no pressure at all.
Yeah.
It's not like there's prize money on the line or anything.
Well, there isn't yet, to be fair. It is just.
Not the warm up.
Still
you
scary.
You gotta.
Yeah, I know what you mean. The nerves are definitely gonna start showing. That might be one instance where QMK's sort of extra years on Tiki will kind of come into play. Is just keeping the cool in the clutch.
I mean, yeah, QMK does have that clutch factor in them at times, so we'll see. I mean, they might not need it if they can just dominate, but I mean, so far it's looking pretty even. Tiki is still going that usual slower strategy here. QMK a little bit faster, but still not able to do much to actually kill.
Yeah, but it's a slow-paced game. It doesn't feel like there's any major attacks. It's sort of like when in fighting games you play footsies, right? It's like feeling each other out, seeing what pokes and prods work, which ones don't, how to approach your opponent, things like that. What will win for you? What is putting you in good positions?
I mean, yeah, that's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, look at them, both of them just kind of waiting, relaxing, playing slow and steady. And yeah, it's just clean stuff.
QMK is starting to build that back-to-back right now, though.
I
Might
like
be their
this little bit of
opportunity.
aggression. I love canceling the cheese lines too. That's big. We love canceling cheese lines.
Yeah, we hate cheese out here. I only eat
Yeah.
it, I don't play it.
I respect cheese players, you know? Like
I mean, I
respect
am known for my
some-
cheese. I do secretly love it, but
Yeah.
not in versus. That's not for me.
Yeah, you know, we play Tetris. There's the masochistic side to us, and this is why we play a cheese race. But
That's true. We suffer to get better.
yeah, and that's part of the magic of the game. And
That's
speaking
the
of
dream of
suffering,
Tetris.
This is a really long game. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, we're suffering here.
This is really fun to watch. I know I like poking fun, but it's really interesting to see like how they're approaching each other, and QMK finding that great attack, realizing like if Tiki isn't going to stop me from building this big spike,
I'm gonna
know,
build it
I'm
and
gonna
send
build
it
it
and
and
kill
win.
you.
yeah, and that was when we talked about Tiki's game plan, right? What Skyfire said was kind of the one thing missing was Tiki will often go into full stop waiting mode, but players of the caliber of QMK will
Capitalize
recognize
on it, yeah.
that and then just build higher, right? That's, you know, if you can read that your opponent is timing, then you can out-time them by just continuing to play and not sending an attack.
Yeah, I mean, timing, it does have its benefits, but obviously you cannot just wait for your opponent to build a center 4 wide with a Tetris under it and send a 72 spike.
Is that still called the limb special, or is that...
That's not. No, it is not.
I was gonna
but
say, you know, like
it's not used much as an opener. I mean, sometimes some players do it, but
I guess that was technically just an opener, huh? I always think
It's-
of it
it's-
as like, because man, that guy really wanted to claim that in his name.
well, it was because I think more nowadays it's more people waiting to receive a Tetris garbage rather than actually building it on their own.
yeah.
So it's
But
a bit
that's just,
different.
That's just like, I feel like that idea has been around for a long time.
Yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
definitely. Back to the
Or
game.
are you saying with 4 wide specifically? Yeah. No, I see. Okay. And QMK
Okay.
finds game 1.
Yeah, we did not say a thing about that game, but it's
But
it's in the past.
I feel like, yeah, I mean, with games like that, you know, a lot of players, they have this explosive style, right? And for them, there's a lot of like moments you can point at and say that was the explosion. Where this is more like a fight between like two pumas. They're pacing, they're circling each other, they're waiting for the moment to strike. And then when that strike comes, the strike might not even look so explosive or devastating. It's all about, you know, the placement, the time that it was, you know, sent. I hope that makes sense. Maybe I'm overcooking this analogy a little bit, but well.
No. You're right on the dot there. I agree.
Either way, both of them. Tiki, I see a couple cheese lines at the bottom, so I'm wondering how they're gonna play around this garbage, and if QMK is gonna try and build up a big back-to-back with the time allotted.
I mean, they're going for it. Never mind, they're not going for it.
You just can't be
Don't-
saying that today,
gee,
can you?
yeah, I mean, what am I talking about? I don't know anything about this game, clearly.
I mean, that's the downside of the whole B2B chain win condition, is that like a good time attack from your opponent, or they did happen to find 2 T pieces close to each other and you just have to cancel. And
Maybe-
I mean, a
maybe
lot
you're
of
just not
players do a
feeling
great
it.
job at making it work. But a lot of the time, when you can make that playstyle work, it comes with a lot of speed, specifically burst speed, because then when those big attacks come, you can make your way down cleanly and efficiently.
I mean, for sure.
All right, Tiki being sent up a little bit, and yeah, overstacking just a little bit too much, and
Just
it
trying to
really
keep
just
that back to
feels-
back. Yeah,
Tiki
just too greedy.
leaving it open, right? You don't want to give your circling puma opponent an opening, because it will be
Your death.
taken. Yeah.
Yeah. I think so far QMK hasn't been like too aggressive. They just found good times to kill, and I mean I feel like that's a very difficult thing to do against Tiki. But I mean QMK, obviously, very good at timing themselves.
This
Does
kind
have a
been
lot of experience.
QMK's thing for a long time.
Oh, yeah, I would say so.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but right now, QMK does have that back-to-back built up. Tiki is sitting at the bottom of their board, still taking their time, making sure they're in a good position to actually tank and cancel when needed. But, I mean, QMK is not stopping right now. They are starting to go a little bit faster here and do get the kill there with that 11 back-to-back. Tiki just, even if they're taking their time and just waiting still, at some points they have to make a mistake, and you can't do that when your opponent's got that back-to-back.
Another thing is in the match with Poison Drought that we just saw, right? It was riddled with a lot of inconsistency, right? Where a lot of the time Poison Drought misdrops, right? Which happens because you're playing fast, you're trying to play aggressive and defeat this kind of stally player, right? And that's the solution they were looking for. But QMK, seeing a QMK misdrop only happens when QMK is really pushing his speed. And in this scenario, it doesn't really feel as if QMK is being put in a position where he really has to do that.
I mean, yeah, Tiki's not going that like fast compared to previous players like Firestorm we saw earlier, so they're not forced in that position. And I mean, they can play a lot more clean and that's the difficulty of playing this slow. Like, you might be able to capitalize on certain players' mistakes, but I mean, QMK, no, you can't. Just good luck with that. Good luck, bud.
Find your mistake, you know? It's ooh, nice little down stack from QMK, trying to poke. But yeah, just playing it safe. Doesn't want to overcook anything, and both return to the bottom.
Yeah, looks like both sitting at the bottom here. Tiki is getting cheesed up a lot here by QMK. But yeah, it does make it through it without much hesitation. And in the meantime, QMK has been building up that back-to-back and then chooses to break it right as I say anything about it. Why do you have to do that to me, QMK? What did I do to you?
QMK is just a hater, dude.
Maybe they do have that evil you were talking about.
You know, I wasn't kidding. Ooh, a little bit aggressive for this back-to-back. Oh, in a bit of a spooky spot, but this is QMK we're talking about. If anyone's getting out,
Tiki did go for the Finn there. They did not win in that instance, but I mean, they have the back-to-back right now, and they do eventually get it, unless QMK downs the... Okay,
almost,
I thought
almost.
if they got out of that, I would have been mind blown. But yeah, Tiki does get one on the board finally there.
Yeah, finally arriving, but it felt like it came from QMK overcommitting. In my mind, at least. Like, the disadvantage state began when QMK stacked a little too high, a little too greedily for that back-to-back. And so what I wonder is, yeah, of course, you know, you did a great job explaining QMK weakness. I'm not trying
but those are rare. Those are very rare.
I'm not trying to talk it down, but can you do that more often? And I mean, sure, you're forcing these long games, right? This is another upside for Tiki, is forcing the long games, which means you give more time for QMK to mess up, right? But at the same time,
you need to wait for them to mess up 10 more times and need to capitalize on it every single time.
I know. So, I mean, good luck. But it could work, you know? But we were talking about the whole stamina issue, right? If you're playing these long games against a battle-hardened, grizzled veteran like QMK, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if people don't know...
stamina really going to last longer?
Yeah, if people don't know... QMK once played 10 first to 100s against Micro Blizz to warm up for a tournament the day before, so they absolutely have so much stamina in them, even if they don't play super fast. And I mean, that's hard to compete against if you're Tiki.
I remember watching some QMK Blizzy sets. Those are always a fun watch. I love the way both those players look at the game.
I mean, yeah, they've definitely got that interesting mindset, but I mean, right now, Tiki's the one trying to challenge QMK, but QMK has that back-to-back going for them right now. Tiki does send a huge spike, but QMK cancels all of it with that Tetris into quad. Yeah, or Tetris into T-spin.
Yeah. And look at QMK's back-to-back maintenance. This is a downside of the Tiki game plan. I was going to say, never mind, QMK breaks the back-to-back and is no longer in advantage state. If anything, this is a disadvantage. Okay, the clean garbage arrives. It's safe to downstack.
Oh, Tiki was looking for
awkward
that
board.
J piece, could
But
not
should be
find it
fine.
for 10 years.
That happens to the best of us. Oscar
Yeah.
rigged the bags again. Anyway.
No, I remember one game where I wasted a J piece and was waiting for another one, and it wouldn't come for like 13 pieces, and I destroyed my board and died because of it. So that's fun times.
It happens
That
to
can
the
just
best of us.
happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm the best of us, so I would know.
Yeah. Must be nice being the best of us. A little jealous, I can't lie.
But no, I cannot compare it to these two. QMK obviously playing super well right now. Tiki's still surviving this pressure by QMK. Is struggling to place that S piece, does get it down, but now forced to try and down stack while QMK is sitting at the bottom of their board, getting those back-to-back chains up and running.
Man, it's so interesting because a lot of players would see the Tiki stat line and see, whoa, 100 APM? That's like low X rank these days, you know? Like, what's this fella doing in a world championship? But
I mean, it's
a
intentional.
stoic defensive play that's, you know, coming through. And yeah, now that we're deep into margin time,
QMK is being sent a lot here, but managed to cancel all of it so cleanly here. But another huge spike by
Great.
Tiki.
but QMK sends it right back. Oh,
Yeah,
look
has
at
that
that.
back-to-back
Tiki doing
going.
a great job canceling all of this.
But QMK right now in such a clean position here,
Oh, I
getting
love
so many
that.
spikes through here. Still
Look
not
at
done with that
T-Spin Mini
back-to-back.
sending 7. TSD sends 10. It's ridiculous. Margin time
Yeah,
is crazy.
it's margin time on top of back-to-back chaining,
I
so
know,
spikes are 25 from just 2 T-spins there. Tiki's just trying to downstack everything right now. Does make it down, but QMK is gonna be ready. Finally breaks
the
that
back-to-back,
back-to-back.
though. Yeah, so Tiki might find a way back into this game now. 420. Oh, QMK with a misdrop. These are these little mistakes we're talking about that Tiki might be able to capitalize on, but QMK.
I think they
big
were
deal.
looking for a PC there. Did not find it in time there. Got sent up, but QMK making a single mistake, getting sent
And,
up so
yeah.
high, and Tiki takes it.
A second game. That is probably one of the longest games of this on this client. That was like a Tetris Effect connected game. Like,
Yeah, what I noticed from that is Tiki, you mentioned they were at 100 APM, like in the middle of the game. By the end, they were at 145, so that margin time definitely inflated their stats, but I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's what Tiki needs, just needs 9 more 4-minute games to finally get some wins here.
yeah, I mean, I know a lot of these players are consistent, but is that really the win condition you play for? I don't know.
Yeah,
It
it's
feels
a
so
tough
difficult
sell.
to keep up, but maybe.
I mean,
Maybe there's
Tiki
some
has
magic.
been shown to get those margin time games going, so...
Yeah, and I mean, look at QMK, all cheesed up.
Yeah, struggling right now, getting sent to the
Oh,
top,
that
and
team
the
misdrop.
team misdrop. Oh, that's heartbreaking. And Tiki does tie it back up, even though QMK won those first 3. TKI came right back.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
and then the
you can't
PC
overcook
win.
that, QMK. I don't know. I think maybe QMK a little rattled from that 4-minute game. Has to recollect himself.
Yeah, and Tiki takes the lead with this.
Yeah. All right, QMK back to this clean, consistent sort of style. Breaks the back-to-back though. Oh, look at that spike. Lovely.
Yeah, Tiki being
that
sent
be
to the
enough?
top here. Does
Oh, no,
such a
finds the
clean
perfect
down
cue.
stack. Yeah, I don't think there was any other way out of it. That was so nice there. Waste a T-piece, but sets it up into a nice fractal there to keep going here right now. Makes it down. QMK does have that back-to-back being built up in the meantime, though. Does
Well,
get
it's not
sent
that
up
high
really
though.
high,
Yeah, gonna disappear. And you know, we're back. We're back in the neutral, baby.
Indeed we are.
Like that the Tiki fan club's coming out to support. You know, get your homeboy. That's
Yeah,
what friends are for, you know.
Gotta root for your own player. I mean, unfortunately, I can't do that here, but
Yeah.
you guys
okay.
can, so go for
Yeah.
it. Looks like Tiki is dealing with a bit of cheese at this point, but QMK does not have a back-to-back position right now. Does finally get to it, but Tiki is now timing here, just waiting for this spike here. QMK sees that and does build
Tiki
a little
sees
higher.
a misdrop as well, though. But Tiki will escape, and now Tiki with the clean well.
Oh, decides not to use that eye. That would have been bad because they did not have the T-spin after it, so that was nice
Good
decision by them.
Kind of expected from a top player, though, which is kind of crazy.
It did look like they were about to do it, but then
Yeah.
switched out of it, so that was good decision from there.
And
On the other side,
look at
QMK,
this. So cheesy.
and not a great board state.
But this is QMK we're talking about. If anyone's getting out of this, well, makes it look easy. A grueling mental battle between these two players.
Yeah, QMK starting to get that back-to-back built up. TK sitting at the top there, finding a bit of a downside, but just
QMK
not enough
will
there.
take it, tying the set back up, breaking Tiki's 4-game streak. And, wow.
Yeah, making sure they
7
do
to
not
win.
gain a... Yeah. First to 7 now.
Yeah.
I mean, first to 7 plus 2 still, technically.
Yeah. It's not your
I mean,
average Tetra League game.
Yeah, yeah.
And, you know, at the same time, there's also, you know, there's all the knowledge, the information gained, the what's it called? The exhaustion of having played 8 grueling games.
Before
So-
that, absolutely here.
You know, it's still its own little challenge.
Looks like Tiki is sitting at the top there. Did have a difficult position, but yeah, great down stack from there to get out of it. QMK on the other side has a nice spike to send them right back up to the top.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward down stack. Tiki does find it, though, and so both players kind of just sent back to the bottom.
Yeah, looks like they're back to even, but Tiki with those 2 miss drops, the O-piece and the S-piece.
Yeah, that's difficult. Maybe, you know, that's this, what's it called? This endurance we were talking about. And yeah, can't find a way out of that one.
Yeah, and QMK taking the lead right back here.
I think both players know they still have a long road ahead.
I mean, yeah, we're not even halfway done for either of
I
them
know,
in terms of
and
points,
it's felt
so-
like a year. You know, I wonder how it feels when you're actually the player trying to control the pace of the game. It must be incredibly taxing.
I mean, but QMK seems unfazed right now. They have that back-to-back. They no longer have that back-to-back. Just don't talk, quick. What are you doing?
Yeah, you really are just throwing QMK for a loop every time you say he's got that back-to-back, because it disappears immediately.
I don't know. Maybe they're just listening to comms.
Maybe. Dude, maybe he's just trolling us. That'd actually be sick.
I mean, just ruining my job for me. What else am I supposed to do if I can't call out the back-to-back?
I don't know. He's
That's
like,
what I'm
man,
here
call out
for."
something better. Don't tell my opponent what I'm doing, man. It's no fair.
Yeah, he knows Tiki's also listening in.
Yeah. No, I'm sure there's a delay. I'm sure this is just coincidence. Oh, look at this cheesy board from QMK, and Tiki gonna try and punish here. I see those stacked T-spins, but QMK does a great job canceling.
I mean, yeah, QMK, obviously, downstack king here. Gets through it like a champ. Tiki just still sending more cheese, it looks like, but obviously QMK managing to cancel through most of it.
QMK is always such a crazy downstacker, because whenever I see the QMK, like, cheese bests and whatever, I don't even know if QMK has a sub 200. I mean, I haven't followed
In
recently,
blocks?
so
No, they don't.
yeah,
I think they have
but
like
they just play fast. That's the difference. They have
They
like
have
a
a sub
210.
210. Yeah, still
Yeah.
like absolutely very strong.
Yeah, but the thing is, the difference is that a lot of players, when they get the sub 200, the fabled, famous sub 200, they play it like a piece every 10 seconds. QMK is like 1 a second. Like QMK just plays that fast cheese. That's the difference between QMK and the like super hardcore least block cheesers.
Yeah, there's, as far as I know, I think there's only one person who's managed to do sub 200 at 1 PPS. So I mean, it's not an easy challenge, and I mean QMK is capable of downstacking super well, especially at this speed. And you can see that they've been downstacking so well and still maintaining that back-to-back in the meantime.
But you know, Tiki right at the bottom of the board and doing a great job just kind of digging out, always having a medium with which to escape. Oh, QMK does kind of struggle. Awkward piece Q. Tries to find the T-spin, but 1 piece away, and we're tied up.
Does not get back into it in time. And yeah, even though QMK was playing super dominant at the start, Tiki came back, and now it's a set. They're just trading rounds back and forth at this point.
Yeah. This is as competitive as it's going to get. Yeah, look at them both waiting for their opponent to send first, but Tiki with the misdrop. And surely QMK can capitalize here. Yes.
They almost made their way out, which would have been crazy there.
I saw it. I saw it.
You saw it. You know.
Yeah. But QMK does wrest back the lead. Oh, big PC. QMK really speeding it up this game. You know, these are those rare 4-piece per second bursts that you don't see all that often from QMK. But yeah, looks to be slowing it down once more.
Yeah, might have just been trying to get that opener win in the books. Didn't pull it off. Probably glad about it.
Might also just be looking for like early garbage back and forth. You know, because a lot of these games, a minute in, and both of them are at the bottom of the field.
Yeah,
and maybe QMK feels like, you know, when garbage is actively like being sent back and forth, you know, there's some pressure being put on. You can't just wait forever. Maybe this is where I'll excel. You know.
I mean, yeah. When you have higher APM, it just inflates the higher APM because the opponent gets more and then they send more, and just very back and forth. Yeah. But this is not a set like that. Both of them definitely taking more of their time. But in the meantime, QMK sending so much cheese.
I know.
Tiki forced to play some cheese race right now. They are starting to burst to actually get out of it here. Playing a little bit faster this round, but they do make it down to the bottom once again.
Oh, yeah. And look at QMK stack again. So clean.
Yeah, keeping that back-to-back right now, maintaining it super
look
well
at that
here.
Cheesy spike, great counter spike from Tiki, and QMK gonna be in a tough spot if he can't get through this cheese, which with that misdrop, I don't think is gonna happen. And we're back at tied.
We're back to even. This can only go on for so long, right? Right?
Well, we'll have to see. Well, we will play until there's a victor. So
yeah, and remember, there's always a possibility of a deuce. We might be here all night.
But let me remind you of the stakes, right? Like both of these trying to get into top 16 of the World Championship for Tetrio.
Yeah, this is the last position or the last spot for this group. So I mean, obviously, neither of them are going down without everything they've got.
Yeah, if there's a glorious way to get that spot, it's gonna be in this grueling battle of wills that's unfolding before us.
Reminder, after this super long set, one of them has to play Firestorm. So have fun with that one.
I wonder if that'll be like a nice change of pace for whoever wins. Like,
I mean, it's definitely going to be a change of pace.
Yeah.
Right now, QMK sitting with such a clean board. Might set up this fractal. Yeah, gets it going here.
Into STSD, I'm loving this. I'm loving this little bit of burst aggression from QMK. Look at that.
Yeah, it does ruin their board a little bit, but fixes it nicely, and Tiki not able to manage anything through that.
And QMK once again in the lead, but can't seem to hang on for it for very long. So we'll have to see what magic trick Tiki can pull out of the hat. And we've already seen one game this set lose quickly to QMK losing quickly to an opener, maybe even two, but won't happen again this time. Oh, but it is Tiki actually with the awful board state, and QMK finally finding a lead that isn't immediately lost. QMK hasn't been this far ahead since the 3-1. And
Yeah, yeah. It's been a long time. That was like years ago.
Yeah, so QMK finally looking to put an end to this back and forth of round trading.
Looks like Tiki getting the PC does not want this to end. They want to keep it going. They want to.
I always
keep
think
this
it's funny
rodeo
when
on
you PC and then you're the one taking garbage. That's
I mean,
always funny.
that's the counter. That's how it works.
Yeah. Ooh, QMK only able to get a triple there, but does clean up. So no significant danger. It's all clean. Tiki bursting a little more, by the way. I feel aggression coming out, and I wonder if this is sort of the game plan breaking down after QMK has kind of proven that he's got some sort of a good understanding of how to deal with it, or whether he's just trying to mix up the pace. And QMK almost caught off guard there. Does find a down stack,
drops. Yeah, gets down to the bottom here. Tiki not able to keep that back-to-back, forced to break out of it with all this cheese, and QMK starting to try and apply some pressure here, but doesn't have too much clean to work with. Misses the mid-game PC. QMK, why? Oh my goodness. I don't know if that was intentional.
QMK, I bet it would be intentional. You know?
No, I think they just want to break my heart one more time this
Yeah, that's what I'm calling intentional, you know? No, I meant more like in the sort of clean back and forth. You know, Tiki has proven when the clean garbage comes in that is fuel to the fire. And
I guess you're right.
You know, especially if QMK doesn't have anything to follow it up with, or that isn't the follow-up to another attack, you know, you don't want to take that risk.
I mean, right now they've got that fuel in the fire. They're sending so much here. Tiki forced to downstack so quickly, do make it down in time, and now sending a huge counter spike. QMK, now the one in the hot seat.
But should be fine with that misdrop from Tiki, and I think QMK is looking better here given the board state on the other side, and QMK finally a somewhat commanding lead, might have finally figured out how to overcome this brick wall. But can Tiki bring out one last hurrah? Yeah,
they need to figure out another way to adapt. They were keeping it close for so long here. QMK does make that misdrop there, but does clean it up, followed it up with a TSD into the TST. Nicely done there, keeping that back-to-back at this point. But Tiki is no slouch either. They are playing a little bit slow right now, but do have those moments of bursts when they see QMK's pressuring.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of Tiki's whole thing, right? Is, you know, I'm gonna eat up these lives, and then I'm gonna send them right back, you know?
I mean, it's worked before. Why not try it again? QMK right now dealing with so much cheese. Nearly messes up that T placement, gets it down in time,
does
but
have a down stack. That's a great find from QMK, and Tiki more and more misdrops.
Oh, that was such a clean down stack.
That was really good.
That was crazy. But I mean, QMK makes it down through some of that cheese that they sent, so it does not matter in the end.
Wee woo, misdrop. Okay, it's all good in the hood. QMK must be looking at this like, oh, thank God, clean garbage.
My dream. Oh, but follows it up with a misdrop there. Does
should be
fix
fine.
it,
Should be fine. Yeah, but it is the opportunity wasted. It feels, and
yeah, absolutely.
We're back in the pits, baby.
But Tiki right now sitting at the top here does make it down to the clean. Now they have a really nice board to spike with. QMK sitting at the top, trying to downstack here, does make it down just in time.
And yeah, it does feel like a lot of the time when QMK is caught off guard, like the queue isn't pretty. Is that just me? Like there, QMK had to cycle through 3 or 4 pieces before finally finding the one of 2 downstack pieces or something. Like it's almost like Tiki's even screen watching the queue. Look at QMK. This is. I know that there's this common trope of Tetrio players being what, infinite downstackers, but I don't know. I feel like these are the players that take it to the extreme, especially when facing each other.
I mean, you weren't here last week when I had to watch Tatos versus Ergonomics. That was a battle of downstacking of the century.
Well, I mean, hey, I gotta, more Tetris to watch. I'm not.
I mean, yeah, if you want to watch it, that's like have fun, but there's
You know,
better
a
uses
nice
of your
long
time.
evening. Yeah.
Maybe if you're doing chores and stuff, that's not too bad of
Yeah,
an
nice
idea.
little
but-
background noise. Okay, QMK has a good deal of clean garbage, but Tiki just so ready, right? Like immediately down, not afraid of the pressure. And
But
even
we
though
are
these
reaching-
misdrops are coming through, it's
Yeah, that was a great down stack. I thought they were dead there, especially since we just hit margin time,
that's a
but they had a
big down
nice
stack.
counter there.
this reminds me of game 4 in the set. QMK is up 3-0, and Tiki wins a hard-fought 4.5-minute game, maybe longer, almost 5 minutes, I believe.
This is the first long match in a while, I think.
And it was a huge swinger of momentum. So if Tiki can repeat that kind of success, maybe this is what you need to put QMK back on the ropes.
I mean, so
But if
far it's
QMK
been
can win
working.
this, you know, that's when things get scary for you.
Tiki does get the huge 22 spike, but QMK is
Oh, the
not done.
24
Counters
back.
with the 24 spike. Tiki not in a position to take it. And such a
Great
long
from QMK.
game.
And
Yeah,
finally, it looks like QMK can see the sunset, or the sunrise on the horizon. It's
Sees the light at the end of the tunnel.
yes. It may the toil of fighting the oppressive style of Tiki may finally be over for him. But Tiki not ready to go down without a fight. Tiki has not stopped fighting this entire set. I can't imagine he would stop here.
I mean, yeah, with how we just saw Poison Draw nearly climb the comeback, Tiki is closer than that, so they still
and
have the
look at
chance. And
that!
right now, they might get it. But QMK is such a great
huge
find.
Oh my, that could have been the you know, that could have been the flip of the switch Tiki needed, but QMK is so good at dampening that pressure.
Yeah, absolutely right now. But Tiki building up that back-to-back here, taking their time, canceling that cheese perfectly there to make sure they don't get any to keep this back-to-back, and they're starting to build up that spike there. QMK is getting pressured up right now, forced into this down stack, and Tiki has to break out of that back-to-back, cannot maintain it for long enough to get the kill.
Yeah, and now we're back in sort of an even Stevens kind of situation where neither player really has a significant advantage. But you know, it's very possible for either of these players to make a move at any point. And Tiki right at the top, I thought they were going to escape, but QMK will come out victorious on a bloody battlefield.
Yeah, and with that, QMK is confirmed top 16 qualifier. But I mean, the match is still not over yet. Now they get to play Firestorm of all people, a rematch from winners finals.
Yeah, I will say that was the biggest match. This is now seeding. But both of these players guaranteed top 16. Take it away, Skyfire.
Okay, so given how long this match was, I have a full page of notes, and
Yeah.
it's I don't know. I have a yeah, go for it. It's well, honestly, this was quite the mental battle, if anything. I mean, it's really difficult to beat someone like QMK unless you actually have overwhelmingly bigger burst speed plus the back-to-back efficiency, which Tiki didn't really quite have, so the only other strat was trying to compete with QMK on his ground. And it was constantly where QMK was quite the iron wall and Tiki was like some battering ram trying to break it down. And it was chipping away at QMK. It's just that it's awfully difficult to maintain such a strategy. We already mentioned mental stamina so many times, and I mean this is like the epiphany of it. It's like I'm gonna look through my notes to sort of dissect everything that sort of happened, at least things that I've considered in this quite amazing and in-detailed match. So first of all, one thing I noticed, Tiki actually has slightly faster burst speed than QMK sometimes. And, I mean, I guess it's comparable. It doesn't make enough of a difference unless you're very efficient with back-to-back, which is going to be quite something that Tiki is going to have to master, because to be able to keep up something like 20 back-to-back on a whim is, I mean, it's easier said than done. There's a reason why when we look at top 10 players, we see them break break it all the time is because it's actually really hard to maintain like a flat board state. And I'd say throughout the match, the consistent strategy was a lot of persistence was trying to send cheese onto QMK's board, and then eventually lead that into back-to-back spikes. The only issue is that it's a hard-fought battle because QMK's stamina, as someone mentioned in comms, is basically infinite, and trying to... So if you don't have the stamina for that, and then how do you manage such a feat? There's a couple of things you can probably do if you are in this situation. First thing, it definitely comes from, I mean, the obvious thing is more experience, but it's being able to simplify your thought process so that what you do becomes more instinctive, and you don't have to put so much thought into what you need to do. That's probably one of the biggest things, and that way you'll be able to macro someone much longer. You can do it for hours on end, and you probably still wouldn't be tired, all because you're not thinking as hard. The second thing was that halfway through the match, we start to see the difference between QMK and Tiki in terms of stamina. Of course, it becomes, if anything, QMK's decision-making remains incredibly consistent throughout with all rounds. He plays very carefully. He's not always... I mean, he is going quite faster than what we've seen. Like, usually he likes going 2.9, but even then, it's not entirely outside his comfort zone. And he's had a lot of years of experience playing those big sets of, like, FT15 for hours. If anything, I'd say... things to note is a couple of strategies is, I mean, you could gamble on margin time, but that's always a 50-50. Another thing is going to be trying to be more considerate counting to 4 if for someone like Tiki, so that he can get into bigger board states. And perhaps like not necessarily down stacking the entire board, and just because being too hyper focused on canceling cheese can be an issue if you can't upstack. Honestly, we can go on for days about this stuff, and maybe we should go on for days, because you could write a full-on essay about something like this.
Well,
I don't know. What do you
if
have
anyone's
to
gonna
say,
do it,
Modest?
you know, if anyone's gonna write the essay, it's gonna be you. Honestly, it just felt like I think a lot of your analysis is spot on. I'm just curious. I don't know. I think a lot of players have kind of their own styles, and I know that, I don't know, some people might not find a match like that very interesting, but I think I thought especially that, like, it was a lot of matches, you know, it feels like they're aggressive and they're quick and they're short and they're explosive, but it was a nice change of pace. It was slow. There was a lot of grit. There was a lot of battles of the mind going on, in a way, where they're both searching for each other's weaknesses. And honestly, I just thought that was incredibly interesting to see how both of them sort of approached each other. And I feel like that's not something you get to see from a lot of matchups, but having those two defensive specialists go up against each other was a joy.
Yeah, certainly. It was definitely quite a change in pace, and I guess, like, with most matches in general, I guess it's easy to just see, oh, they're going fast, they have 200 APM, they're going 4 PPS, and they're making these big attacks. But here, it's a sort of different approach, where it's not, I mean, to some people, it might not be as flashy, where it feels like they're doing the same things over and over again, but under the hood, there's a lot of depth. Like, when you have to think about yourself as the player trying to be in that position, it gets a lot more, I mean, overwhelming is the term, but, I mean, detailed is another. Can't quite find the right word for it, but it definitely is very interesting. I mean, with this match in general, there's a lot of concepts that we could end up talking about that perhaps I mean, it could be covered in other matches, but I think it definitely pretty good signify. It's best shown in this match. Like, one thing to note is And this game is sort of like a fighting game. A lot of it is there's going to be a neutral position, there's going to be a disadvantage and advantage. And what we tend to see, whether instinctively or calculated, if you are at a disadvantage, your opponent is pressuring a lot of clean. And it's just... I mean, you end up going through the sort of phase where you go from disadvantage, you downstack a while, you only downstack, you go back to neutral state when your opponent's out of ammo, and then you try to get the advantage again. But if you think of it like this, your opponent is sending, but then you can also tank your opponent's garbage to get, and so in just a few seconds, you could end up with a better board state than your opponent. So while your opponent is pressuring, they may not realize they're running out of ammo, and then you can just spike them out. And they'll be very surprised because, I mean, it happens all of a sudden. There's a surprise attack, an ambush. And that's something that I'd like to see more in... especially with someone like Tiki, who is definitely very meticulous about trying to grasp every single aspect of the game. I feel as though if he could experiment with something like that, then he's going to be quite a formidable foe.
Tiki's such an interesting player because they have... Sorry to cut you off. My bad. Now I'm already committed. I'm going to keep going.
Okay, you go.
Where it feels like Tiki kind of has a little bit of everything. They have this great understanding of the timing and how to manipulate the advantage state, send back a huge counter spike. They also have this incredible burst speed of up to even 5 pieces per second, which of course is difficult to maintain and has some consistency issues. But like those in tandem can make for a really strong player that can be like incredibly patient and then just incredibly explosive as well. So I'm excited to see how Tiki develops, and I don't think, top 24 is a bad finish at all in the World Championship.
I mean, I agree completely. Like Skyfire mentioned earlier with the timing those spikes out of nowhere, I think they did manage to get QMK a few rounds with that, so I think that's something they're definitely capable of, and I think they'll get better at with more experience. But I mean, obviously a great performance for them. And I mean, I'm excited to see them keep improving because obviously they're only just getting started. I think they mentioned they were the most recent player to get top 30. So, I mean, congrats to them. And obviously, I think we're going to see a lot more of them in the future. But unfortunately, that's where the road ends for them. And now we get to see the grand finals of Firestorm versus QMK.
Back.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I'm not surprised they make it back here.
Yeah. But what I would be surprised to see is another showing so dominant between Firestorm and QMK, because I'll be honest, winners finals did not close.
I mean, yeah, I think Firestorm just kind of rolled it away there, but I mean, QMK just had, what was that, 16, 17 games to practice downstacking, so I think they're a little bit more capable of surviving that pressure from Firestorm.
Yeah, I mean, you're certainly going to be warm after that. And also, it feels liberating after overcoming a hurdle like that. So maybe QMK can sort of transfer that momentum into a strong showing. I mean, I know Firestorm has kind of been sitting on their hands since beating QMK, which at this point has been like an hour and a half.
I mean, yeah, it's been a while for sure. So
I mean, maybe
they
QMK could find it.
Yeah, I mean, potentially Firestorm might have been practicing in between, not too sure, but I mean, they definitely don't have as much prep as QMK, but it doesn't matter. I guess QMK just messes up the opening there, and Firestorm takes the warm up.
Yeah, well, hey, at least you get your warm up jitters out. That's always nice. When you mess up in the warm up, you can at least tell yourself, "Thank God that was the warm up."
But then also, if you're expecting to lose and then you win the warm up, you're kind of like, God damn it, why wasn't the actual?
I know.
That?
Yeah, that's always the worst. Well, here we go. Grand finals of Group D. Let's see how this turns out.
Okay, both of them decided to time there. QMK maybe saw that previous set and decided to implement a few things, but Firestorm, like we mentioned ages ago, is also been more timing prone, so we saw that from them as well.
Oh, and I'm loving this out of QMK so far. Very, very clean. Has access to the open well. No big commitments. It's just this is the QMK special, you know. This is what you expect. And look at how cheesed up Firestorm is.
Yeah, they managed to send, and Firestorm still has yet been able to build a good back-to-back chain this round. Might have the potential here, has a really clean board for it right now, but was struggling a little bit before with all of that cheese there. Does finally get it going here, up to 6th, but QMK also has a huge one of their own, forced to break out of it from that massive spike there.
Not the right Q. Really wants that little bit of extra attack against Firestorm and just comes up short with the T-piece. Hands empty, and yeah, no down stack to be had. Firestorm takes game 1.
Yeah, great start from Firestorm. Clearly they are doing fine, at least from this so far. And they are showing it, building the King Crimson. Obviously the Firestorm special.
Only
QMK probably not too happy about that, but I mean, oh my goodness,
God.
the 40
Look at
spike.
that. Look at that. That's
Excuse
disgusting.
me.
And you know, that's that explosiveness we're talking about. That's why Firestorm is the top seed in this group. And is Firestorm is a great way to put it, because I don't think any player really compares.
And they got that DT into C-spin. That's still such a strange opener.
God,
I need to ask them why they're doing that after the set ends, because I have no idea. But I mean, it's working. They're getting these wins in.
And I will say, great defense from QMK though. You know, probably a big change of pace between these last 2 games. So I can imagine it's very difficult to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, still playing around the same speed, but absolutely that. It's the difference between like low 100 APM and 180 is very drastic. I will say so myself.
But QMK doing a good job at surviving this game at least, but I haven't really seen Firestorm in significant danger yet. So let's see what QMK can do to change that. I know he always has that potential to sort of explode all over his opponents, but you know, in this case, hasn't really found the room to do so.
Yeah, hasn't gotten that opportunity just yet. And Firestorm right now with that timing there.
Oh, that's great.
Perfect
timing.
spike there, keeps the back-to-back chain, and QMK not ready for it. That was great timing by Firestorm, just waiting until they had that clean to send.
And I think when you're like QMK and you have to kind of put a lot more energy into dealing with the constant pressure from Firestorm, then Firestorm has the opportunity to sort of slow down, wait for a mistake, because QMK is not expecting it. But as I say that, striking back, QMK on the board.
Yeah, gets it done here.
Yeah, and it's... I mean, I will say, look at QMK's board right now. This is like the dream. If you can't make something out of this, then what can you make something out of?
I mean, yeah, this is just the American dream. If you want an LST, you have that right. You have that freedom.
I will say the 12,
it right now.
13 back-to-back. QMK doing a great job keeping that up. Oh, but QMK overcooks the back-to-back a little bit. Can find the down stack, but the sort of advantage that they had is gone now. Back into a pretty neutral position.
Yeah, looks like Firestorm still has that back-to-back going, does break out of it as they do get sent. They might have nearly had the PC there, but I don't think they were able to get to it before the garbage. And in the meantime, QMK sending a massive spike to Firestorm. Firestorm sitting at the top here, trying to find some downstack, but cannot do it. QMK, very nice, nearly 200 APM for a minute there. Not something I see from them very often, so very impressive back-to-back.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, see, QMK definitely finding a lot more footing than in the first iteration of the set. You know, maybe looking to restore some of that former glory here on the biggest stage.
I mean, yeah, hopefully they pull it out. I mean, they're playing well so far. Firestorm, though, does have that back-to-back going right now. QMK sitting at the top trying to downstack.
Good find.
Just barely, but Firestorm's not done here. Timing that perfectly, waiting to get sent to counter. But QMK's still surviving.
QMK's staying in it well, yeah. I'm very impressed. What felt like a slaughter in the first matchup was just, you know, now and look at Firestorm's board. Like, this isn't fun to work with. And on misdrop isn't going to help things either. Let's see if QMK can explode here. And I think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, ties it back up here.
Is that 3 in a row?
I believe it might have been. Yeah, I mean, amazing performance there.
I mean, that's... Oh, QMK. Oh my gosh. Almost pulled a promo there, but barely all good. All right, looking pretty clean on both sides. No huge things to be said so far. It's pretty back and forth.
Firestorm has that 14 back-to-back, 15 back-to-back. I feel like that's a pretty big thing to point out.
Yeah, my bad. Honestly, I didn't even see it. I saw the stack looking a little messy. Kind of assumed, oh, well, that back-to-back's going to break soon. Finally does, but oh my.
Yeah, in the meantime, QMK built their own, immediately cancels out of it, decides not the best position to do it in. And Firestorm right now is the one struggling a little bit here. Does downstack through all of it, but...
Yeah, I mean...
looks like they're... Yeah, able to get out of it.
Yeah. Dang, it's... Oh, Firestorm big spike. QMK out. No big deal. No big deal for a guy like QMK. Just look at those bulging muscles. Anyway,
what now? Are we watching the same thing?
Hey, Firestorm bulging too with those muscles, alright? I can't lie. I saw that picture, alright? We don't talk about it, but anyway.
Okay.
Anyway.
You just did talk about it here.
Yeah, but, you know, we don't go into detail. And QMK finding a lead here.
QMK takes it there, getting us back into the game here.
One thing that, you know, I remember in 2020 and 2021 early, Firestorm was known as this sort of beacon of consistency. And of course, still incredibly consistent, because that's what a top player is in this day and age. But I see, you know, a couple little mistakes, and QMK, like the sort of Panther we were talking about earlier, great at waiting at those out, but Firestorm coming right back.
Firestorm's still Firestorm. You can't forget that.
Yeah. All right. Big PC, second. QMK, you gotta go, homie. Firestorm will find the third.
Oh, they do, but not enough in time. The one-liner.
Yeah, that can be the difference, and it's so frustrating when it is. Oh my.
Yeah, but Firestorm seems fine. They still have that back-to-back going. Nice
but
spike
QMK,
there.
great survival at the same time.
Yeah,
A lot more
alive.
explosive. And this is super hype.
I mean, yeah, this is really back and forth. A lot closer than their previous set where Firestorm was just killing at the start and just rolling away with it.
Yeah, I'm glad, you know. We'd love to see an old legend like QMK put up a fight, and, well, a legend for a reason. Oh, look at that 32 spike! What are you gonna do,
yeah,
Firestorm?
what a legendary spike it is! Firestorm's still alive, though.
Oh, almost able to get out of that. My, oh my, that's the explosiveness that we've been waiting for from QMK, and taking a lead in the grand finals, looking and hungry for that reset.
Yeah, I mean, keeping that lead at this point, making sure Firestorm's not dominating, and, I mean, Firestorm keeping that back-to-back right now, sending a huge spike here. QMK struggling to get out of it.
Back-to-back, yes, a little bit too greedy, and Firestorm wants to win this in one set.
I mean, yeah, bringing it back to tiebreaker.
Yeah. But, you know, let's see. It's been very interesting where we've seen back-to-back pressure rewarded in a lot of these sets. This set kind of feels like a different story, where if you get a little too greedy for that back-to-back, you're immediately punished. Incredible downstack from QMK there, by the way. I thought that round was done. But
yeah, I mean, that was great, but, I mean, Firestorm's not getting punished for this back-to-back.
I know,
They're still
17
going.
back-to-back.
Oh, maybe they are, maybe
Gonna be forced
they are.
to break it. Yeah, there it is. And there,
Do they have an out? They have an out.
And no way you live this. Okay.
Oh, they were just a little too slow there.
And
Oh my
it took
goodness.
every little bit of extra pressure from QMK to find that round and find the lead once more in the set, but Firestorm gonna be looking to take it right back.
Yeah, that was such a great game by
Look at that
Firestorm.
5 wide float. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, picturesque.
I mean, yeah, that's Firestorm for you,
And
if
QK,
nothing else.
Yeah, can't. The down stack just a little too awkward. One line too high, and we're tied up once more. 5 to win.
Yeah, still super close between these two. Firestorm struggling a little more than before. But, I mean, QMK's playing super strong, especially... They've got that warm-up for those previous sets. Firestorm being a little bit greedy once again, sending to the top, forced to break out of that back-to-back they had built.
And you have
Trying to find the down stack.
Little bit of a mistake, unable to punish, and now Firestorm going to be the one attacking. Oh, but great garbage for QMK. Oh, my.
Firestorm timing that send, gets the DT built up, pulls it off there, keeping that back-to-back. QMK, though, in the meantime, has built their own chain, and doing so nicely, and Firestorm makes a mistake, and again, QMK keeping the lead.
And those are those super rare Firestorm mistakes, but if I had to pick one as being more consistent, I think it would be QMK. And those couple little misdrops coming to bite Firestorm in these crucial moments. But they've been able to strike back every time so far. Will this time be different? QMK trying to make it so, but Firestorm with a great down stack. QMK on the ropes right now. And yeah, Firestorm tying it up once more. Back and forth. There is not a millimeter separating these two players.
Yeah, I mean, they have no room for mistakes. The other just immediately capitalizes it and gets the kill here. Firestorm still has not gotten the lead back since they first lost it, so QMK's still the one
but looking to do
leading
so
here.
That was a crazy down stack from Firestorm.
QMK dealing with a lot of cheese, makes their way down through it, back to the clean, very nicely done. Firestorm still keeping that back-to-back pressure, though.
Yeah, but you know the story that we've seen so far this set, it feels like the player with the back-to-back kind of rides themselves into a little bit of trouble. But now it's QMK with the back-to-back. But can Firestorm survive? No, the one hole from the Z over the garbage. And QMK back in the lead.
What a show by both of these two right now. Firestorm struggling a little bit right now. Does manage to fix their well, but QMK in the meantime has started to build that back-to-back. Immediately breaks out of it to get down through that garbage they had. And this gives Firestorm the chance to build up their own back-to-back chain. Has a huge spike ready, sends 23, but QMK cancels with 13 of their own here. And now has a clean well to start their own chain as well. Very back and forth right now, but Firestorm with a massive spike. QMK still surviving all of it, though.
QMK's living that? Okay, but that surely is it. Yes.
Surely, okay. Back to
18
tie
back-to-back.
again.
And this is what we expect from a match of this caliber. This is what we expect from a game-defining rivalry, like the rivalry between the two of these players, and they are not disappointing right now.
This is a grand finals for sure. These two players are going all out.
Look at that
Firestorm
cheesy down stack.
Yeah, so much cheese on their board. QMK, on the other hand, at the bottom of their board, looking
And now
so
bursting
nicely.
so fast.
Yeah, trying to get that kill. Firestorm still surviving here. Does break their board a little bit, but such a nice fix.
Oh,
and
but a
QMK
misdrop
with the
from
eye
QMK.
misdrop.
Does find the down stack. And a 25 spike. Firestorm with a big misdrop. Can find one T-spin. That's going to be only a triple. And QMK will 2 rounds away from forcing a reset. But Firestorm has never let the lead get out of control.
Yeah, keeping it close this whole time, but QMK still the one ahead here. Firestorm trying to PC here. Maybe that's what it takes to get the wins, but cannot keep it going for much longer. Now they're forced to deal with some cheese here, while QMK's the one with a very nice clean board, but they cannot keep the back-to-back long enough to get Firestorm to the top.
Yeah, both of them very, very back and forth, very clean well for QMK. This is an opportunity potentially to capitalize here. Great multiplier 20, but Firestorm now with the clean garbage.
Yeah, looks like they are getting that back-to-back going right now. Gonna try and transition their well to that 0-9, but cannot find a way to do it just yet, and forced to break out of the back-to-back.
because they were sent up by QMK.
Yeah, and oh my, this is so spicy, but they're both staying in it at this point. Firestorm towards the top, finds the down stack. QMK with the perfect well, but Firestorm also doing an incredible job, and we are back. What a ridiculous game so far.
Yeah, they are still going. QMK with this 9 back-to-back, still keeping it really strong here. Such a nice well transition. Has to do the TSS, still manages to fix it nicely. Does break out of the back-to-back, cannot keep it going right there. Letting Firestorm get out of it, but Firestorm gets sent a huge spike, and QMK one
QMK
away
had
from
the
taking
PC
the
too.
reset.
And QMK trying to prove that he has not lost his luster, that he still has what it takes to place incredibly well at a major tournament, and finds the perfect clear.
Yes,
What does
clearly
Firestorm
still
have to say about it?
I mean, QMK still has that pep in their step, and they are showing it right now, but Firestorm does not want to give up here, sending the huge 20 spike, bringing it one away from Deuce here.
And one chance for QMK to bring it to a reset. One opportunity.
To make it count, Firestorm trying to get the stick spin opener here. Pulls it off, but QMK is doing fine with this back-to-back chain. Doesn't get set a single line at this point here. Firestorm ready with a huge clean well right now to try and build some back-to-back.
All right, QMK breaks the back-to-back, but finds a great multiplier down stack. But Firestorm still has that back-to-back. And the garbage well is perfect. This is exactly what Firestorm wants, but pushed pretty high. Can't get too greedy for this back-to-back. And QMK finds
takes
it!
Gets the bracket reset!
QMK.
Also, just shout out Team TSD. Unfortunately, they had to end a little bit early, so we will be finishing their bracket reset as well from Togaya versus Fort, so just stay tuned for that. The matches are not over yet.
Oh my.
Perdonez-moi? Perdonez-moi?
What's up, Davo? How
What's
was
up?
that?
Hey,
How was
hey.
that say?
Hey, so you guys had a really crazy grand finals over here on Puzzle Kingdom. Okay, so quick question. You guys have not heard the results of Group
No,
C.
I saw it on my second monitor. I don't know if Modest
Okay,
saw
yeah.
it.
I did not see.
17-15, and it's a bracket
ridiculous.
reset. Oh my
my
lord.
Goodness.
Hey, I mean, this is the risk you run when you got deuces in your tournament. For banger sets, man. This is... Oof.
Yeah, but with that,
yeah.
That's true.
let's hear
Okay.
Skyfire's thought on that set, because what a set that was.
Well, given all the matches we've seen previously, like looking at this match, everything is pretty mind-blowing at this point, but I did notice quite a difference from the first set compared to this set. Definitely, if one thing, it's QMK's spiking patterns and his ability to back-to-back have gotten better. It could be either that QMK got better at judging his ability to agreed, or it could be Firestorm not quite having the right spiking patterns. Because one thing we did see in the first set was that Firestorm definitely was chaining 2 to 3 spikes together, especially the third spike. QMK can probably survive two spikes, but the third one is when things go really overboard. And I'd say that we haven't really been able to see it as much. And that sort of leads into QMK's pretty much like impenetrable defense, because the way he sets up his board, it leads into like 2 purposes. First thing, it's to build back-to-back for his big attack. The second one is to lead into multiplier. And by doing so, he's always keeping himself pretty safe from most attacks that you wouldn't consider RNG. And that makes it very hard for FS, because even though they're trying to spike and keep back-to-back, overall QMK just has a very good awareness of what he needs to do. And that's mental stamina, even after the Tiki set, is I mean, QMK was a little bit shaky at the beginning, probably because he needed some time to adjust. I mean, Firestorm of all people is a very big adjustment, but you can definitely see the adaptation over time as the matches start to become tied, and then eventually he takes the lead. And I think that leads into another thing that I'd like to talk about, which is stick spin of all things. I mean, Firestorm is known for their stick spin, but I will say some blasphemy right about now, so everyone be prepared. I will say that stick spin and SDPC, but 90% of the time, is better than TKI. And the reasoning for that is because, I mean, they serve a similar purpose in a way, where, I mean, TKI can lead you to a clean board, but stick spin, think about it, you have the initial big attack, and at the end of the day, you could take a lot of clean garbage. And you already have the back-to-back from stick spin, so you could continue it, because stick spin SDPC leads into such a good board state, and Firestorm generally trying to take advantage of it, but because half the time, because they were striding, I mean, we didn't really see the full potential of the 30-40 spikes, but I think that is a quick note to talk about, especially for people that are opener mains here, that you can really get into a good board state with SDPC. But anyways, overall, I think this is, I mean, it's pretty classic Firestorm QMK fashion with the surprise of the upset, but I do like seeing how both players have been incredibly competitive with each other, even when there are newer players, and I think it's great to see how they've been adapting over time.
I mean, definitely. Like, they've been playing so long, and the fact that they still make it to grand finals, and the fact that they still have such a close set in its bracket reset.
It's incredible. This is like the ideal outcome, and you know, I was gonna say we've got one more set, but I mean, we actually have two.
We have two more sets.
Which I suppose we'll probably introduce that one when we get to it. But until then, Firestorm QMK. QMK has found the bracket reset, and now it's finally time for the true grand finals between two legends of the game. Crazy that this is pools. Like, actually insane.
Yeah, and if you guys want to see some very crazy sets, obviously we still have pools tomorrow night as well, but then next week we have the top 16, so stick around for those games, because those are gonna be even more crazy.
Yeah. But that being said, it looks like we're getting started here. Grand finals bracket reset, QMK and Firestorm for all the marbles. And here we go. No warm-up needed. Right into the action. QMK starting with that TKI, and the garbage back and forth has started immediately.
Yeah, no hesitation whatsoever from these players. Firestorm already starting that back-to-back chain, but QMK also has one of their own, but cannot keep it going for long. Such a difficult position they were in, and let's Firestorm take a quick one.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great way to start after losing the last set, so I mean, that's big news for Firestorm, but let's see what QMK can pull out here. You know, also down quite a bit in the first set and able to bring it back.
Yeah, very
QMK
impressive.
being pressured a lot, but great defense. Making sure not to overcommit, making sure to have those defensive measures ready. Using two eyepieces there and then hesitating is kind of freaking me out, QMK, I can't lie.
It was definitely timing there, because Firestorm was also timing on their other end. Looks like both of them get out of it unscathed, but Firestorm's the one with a huge back-to-back chain spike, continuing it. Can't keep it going for much longer because they have so much cheese on their board. This does give QMK the
pretty even position. Nice little spike, but yeah, both of them have a fairly clean well. It's, you know, it's what you expect. Oh,
I mean,
QMK
yeah,
very
they're
high.
not
That's a
top players.
big tank.
Yeah, Firestorm still has that back-to-back. Might be forced to break it here because they're so high up.
Surely,
Yes,
right?
they
Yeah,
do,
and
but
QMK putting
too
on so much
slow.
pressure. And yeah, QMK finding that great opportunity when Firestorm gets a little too greedy with the attack. That's exactly when QMK is able to strike. No 12 back-to-back for you, sir, and complete removal. Excellent work. One look at that. Great defense from QMK. And yeah, both of them low back-to-back numbers for the time being, but both of them building them up quickly.
Yeah, they don't they're absolutely known for getting them back up, and right now Firestorm's sitting at 10. QMK has 9 of their own, but
Has to
forced to
break
break
it,
out
yeah.
of it. Too greedy at the top there. Firestorm just ready to send the pressure when needed and taking the lead again.
Yeah. But, you know, both players have proven that leads can swing one way or the other in a moment's notice. And, well, let's see what QMK has to say about this lead from Firestorm.
Yeah, they're not letting it get away that easily from them, but
Ooh,
Firestorm's
but maybe
still
they
continuing that
will.
pressure.
Great
It's
pressure
another
from
game.
Firestorm.
Yeah, what is showing right now? Firestorm clearly upset from losing that previous set, so they're going all out right now, and you can see the speed here, going with that back-to-back. But QMK also going 4 PPS right now, trying to maintain the same speed.
I love this little bit of explosiveness, you know, where, you know, and saying I'm not going to get bullied by your faster play. Oh, and look at this well. This well is so beautiful for QMK. Let's see what he can make out of it.
Yeah, and Firestorm too greedy again at the top. I feel like both of these players have died multiple times to greeding a little too much.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's very interesting because, you know, we preach that this back-to-back is the future and that, you know, the more you can keep it up, the better. And some players really do make it a significant part of their win condition, but Firestorm and QMK, you know, these old dogs, it's tough to teach them new tricks, and when now playing for this kind of win condition, I think they struggle a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes the greed gets to them. I mean, it can get to anyone. When you have such a big chain, you want to keep it going.
You want to keep it, you know? It's psychological. You don't want to lose your... It even plays that noise like... Like, you just lost your back-to-back chain. But QMK has not lost the thread in this match and is right back in it.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta lose your back-to-back, lose the war, or lose the battle to win the war there, and QMK did that nicely that round, keeping it tied back up here.
It's beautiful play, and both of them, Firestorm's got that big well, maybe trying to time a little too much for their own good, but both of them pretty neutral positions right now.
QMK does waste a few Ts there, but still managed to make their way down. Firestorm, in the meantime, has so much cheese there, forced to downstack through.
Oh, but now QMK with the cheese, and Firestorm has the clean. But great cancel from QMK. Never in danger.
Yeah, rolls did switch up at this point here at Firestorm with a huge spike there. QMK getting sent up to the top, but they have so much clean, has such a nice Tetris well. Firestorm cancels it all so nicely, though.
Oh, the PC finish!
In the world!
Ridiculous mid-game PC from QMK to completely destroy Firestorm's back-to-back chain, but...
It might cost them still!
Wow. Such great play from Firestorm, breaking the back-to-back chain just in time to live the mid-game PC and not letting up the pressure. Realize that to get a PC, you used up all your ammo. And guess what? I've still got more, baby! I'm Firestorm!
Yeah, that was so amazing. I was not expecting that at all from QMK, but it did not matter. Firestorm clearly was and was ready to counter it. And right now, they had back-to-back, had to break out of it, though. In the meantime, QMK sitting at the bottom of their board, not too pressured at all, and now has a really, really clean board to try and spike out Firestorm here.
Oh yeah, Firestorm getting really greedy for some of these T-spins. But, you know, that's that kind of back-to-back that they're playing for. Yeah,
that's the back-to-back mentality. Can't keep it up any longer. They're forced to break out of it, letting QMK start to build some LST of their own, it seems like. They are bursting a little bit more here.
A little bit of aggression. Again, right? This is something we don't always see from QMK. Known as this incredible defensive player, but QMK does have the chops and can bust them out. Look at this TST tower! Is this Firestorm we're watching? Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness, and still Firestorm able to survive, completely switching the roles up.
Yeah, but QMK is forced to break back-to-back in that time, but again, building another chain up. Firestorm sent to the top, now trying to downsect it all. Misdrops the eyepiece, luckily has another one in Q, and QMK looks like they had to break back-to-back, so could not get the kill right there.
And we're back into, after a long aggressive game, we are still back into going back into the motions, baby. Nothing is decided yet, and Firestorm will decide it. 5-3 does not want to let this top seed and this group win slip away. Incredible.
I mean, yeah, what else can you say at this point? Both of these players going so strong here. QMK struggling a little bit more, even with the aggression at this point. Firestorm downstacking a little more when times are needed, and right now they had such a nice downstack, and now have such a clean board to continue this back-to-back, but QMK also has back-to-back, but has to break out of it as they didn't have the cleanest board. Firestorm with that very nice donation into Mini Spike there, but cannot keep the back-to-back, but still, it might be enough. QMK is cheesed up so much right now.
QMK is thinking so hard about this cheese, and I don't know if you can get out of
Oh,
you can't.
no!
That's so tragic.
With that misdrop, you can't get out of it.
That's so tragic, and Firestorm running away with it, but let's not forget, QMK has been down before, was down last set, the same number of games, and brought it back. What can QMK find in the tank?
Yeah, but Firestorm right now with such an aggressive playstyle, going with so much back-to-back pressure. QMK barely surviving, doesn't have an eyepiece to make it down any lower, and Firestorm gets it with 12 back-to-back 274 APM.
I know, such ridiculous attack, and as QMK, what can you even do? You had this great flow going, this even send of garbage, and it feels like it's all slipping away in the final moments. Unless some magic can be found.
Yeah, I think Firestorm is just starting to heat up even more than they were before right now, and especially when they have that back-to-back, they seem unkillable. But this might be QMK's chance because they don't have back-to-back. They are sitting at the top 5, or QMK is the one with the back-to-back, sending a lot of pressure here. Firestorm trying to find any way down and finally gets a nice spike. QMK not ready for it, sitting at the top and covers their well and loses it. Firestorm now with a dominating lead at this point.
Yeah, and this just feels like everything that QMK's worked for to build up in that first set is crumbling. What do you even do against this perfect clear pressure? All right, does survive for now, and Firestorm a little cheesed up. Maybe QMK will find an opportunity here, but Firestorm with a ridiculous downstack. I never see that kind of downstack. Oh my, what a
that
combo.
Is a downstack of dreams into the TST tower. Oh my goodness. Firestorm pulling out one of their own here, and QMK's not ready there. That Z placement, that Z piece
that
spun
almost was
in.
magical, but
that would have been crazy. But it did not work out, unfortunately. And Firestorm
and now
two
shades
away.
of the first set that these two played, where Firestorm just runs away with it, and QMK needs some kind of magic. This is the player that loves movies with heart, and if anyone needs to write their own movie with heart right now, it is QMK.
But they are dealing with so much cheese here, and Firestorm's ready with the spike. Now one away from taking it. QMK needs a miracle and more.
QMK needs more than just a miracle. QMK needs magic, and what kind of magic can you pull out against a red-hot Firestorm? I don't know. And
I don't know
I don't know
either.
if QMK knows, and that is what we're gonna have to find out here. Nice double Tetris, but
Firestorm timing
so
with that.
consistent.
Yeah, that was such a nice time with them with that J piece. Tanks that nicely. Sends nice cheese to QMK. They cannot keep back-to-back any longer because of it. And now Firestorm trying to find a way to build up back-to-back, but the misdrops there giving QMK a chance to live here and keep that back-to-back of their own.
Yeah, both of them still such clean boards. QMK in a little bit of jeopardy right now. And that's it. Firestorm with a clean second set victory over QMK. QMK proven that he still has that dog in him. But Firestorm, they look so dominant.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Win Group D.
Yeah, amazing showing by both of them. Both of them still qualify for top 16. And we're not done yet, folks. After the analysis of this set, we are going to be getting Fort versus Togaya from Group C for their bracket reset. But for now, let's look at this analysis.
Well, I mean, since this is the same match as previously, there have been a lot of similarities, of course, but there are some new things that Firestorm actually tried doing, which is mainly just trying to go back to their original speed. Because, I mean, we did see them trying to burst more 3.7. We did see rounds where they were going 4.2. And if anything, I mean, that's where the difference of speed really starts to show. They're willing to take the gamble, even if they were going to misdrop. But it did seem as though that they're actually a lot more consistent in that second set. Perhaps they happened to warm up a bit. They got used to going that fast, and we got to see why Firestorm ends up being on top for a bit. There's some small things that I can note is that, I mean, there's always the danger of wasting I and T piece in order to get a big attack. And I've seen that with QMK sometimes, where he will waste that, and it is actually very scary because if he slows down for even like half a second, then he's screwed. But if he does manage to get away with it, then it really pays off. And I think that's important to consider, being able to do that stuff, because if you are the slower player, you really need to maximize your greed for something that outputs more damage than possibly Firestorm. But even then, that is extremely hard. And I guess, like with Firestorm, by going faster, they can consider a lot less factors of how to win, and there's a lot less against them. But I think it really showcased. I think this was quite a triumphant adventure or journey where we get to see QMK trying to one-up FS, and then FS is like, I need to get my number 1 back, and then we get to see quite the spectacle in a way.
Yeah, incredible match, but I mean, given that we're already running overtime a little bit, and we kind of have our second true grand finals, you know, it's probably best not to keep the people waiting, or the players for that matter, because we have Fort and Togaya. And what do you think about that one, Quick?
I mean, yeah, if people were not watching Group C, unfortunately we didn't get the chance, but apparently their original grand final set went 15-17 from what I've heard. So I'm definitely going to rewatch that. I think it was Togaya and winners, and Fort got the bracket reset, but I mean, I'm very excited to see this matchup once again between these two.
This is such a great matchup where Fort, you know, incredible sprinter, also like ever since achieving the 14 in sprint, dipped toes into Versus and have just been absolutely crushing it. And then Togaya been on top of Brazil for 4 years now.
I think, yeah, probably like 4 years. I think they're definitely a very underrated player just because they don't play in that many tournaments. I don't know if you're aware of this, but they managed to qualify for top 64 by only a single tournament. They got second in TETR Latam and managed to place top 64 with it. So obviously they're a very strong player if they can do that in a major tournament like that. And I mean, the question is, can they manage to take down Fort, who bracket reset them?
Yeah, Togaya is ridiculous. So, I mean, I can't wait. This is, you know, what a way to end out the night.
What else to say? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like the question is if they do want to warm up. It has been a little bit since they have played, so I assume they would like it at this point.
Yeah, you know, when you're sitting on your hands a little bit, a lot of the time you want to just kind of get the fingers flown again, you know, get the jitters out. And here they are. Fort and Togaya.
Yeah, I mean, both of them super high stats for basically everything. Togaya looks like slightly faster there. But, I mean, other than that, they're very consistent in every other thing. So, I mean, clearly, if they can go get, like, what is it, like, quintuple deuce, getting a 15-17 set, then there's no question.
Closely matched, yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, looks like the warm-up's getting going here. And, again, these are also 2 more players we will be seeing in the top 16 bracket, which is next weekend, I believe. So make sure to stay tuned for that. But until then, again, I'm noticing a very different style of play, I feel, compared to Firestorm QMK. A little bit less clean. a little bit more of sort of speed reliance, if that makes sense. I don't know if it does, but I feel like
yeah. I mean, from the warm up alone, I can see it. It's definitely not as back-to-back heavy as the previous set there, but I mean, both still very capable
let's not
players.
Put Fort out of the question with the back-to-backs.
Okay. I was looking at
14
Togaya
here.
when I said that. But...
Yeah, but I mean, well, it finally breaks it, but
yeah, I mean, yeah, still absolutely right. They are very capable of their back-to-back here, but playing with a little bit more speed than we saw in the previous set for sure.
and I mean also Togaya, right? I know we likely haven't seen a lot of him recently, but I remember even in 2020, like top 8ing some super major tournaments. So it's going to be really exciting to see how his plays developed in the last 3 years. And look at those clean T-spins, keeping up the back-to-back. Has to break it there because of the ridiculous pressure from Fort, but both stacks looking really clean still.
Yeah, that was a nice combo to follow it up, but yeah, I mean, Togaya is very exciting. I saw they were streaming earlier today, actually, and I did play them for 2 matches. The first one, I did keep it kind of close, but then the second one, I did get bodied. Right now, how Fort's getting bodied with that huge spike. Oh my goodness.
Hey, I mean, if you just lost that grand final reset, that's how I would want to start back up too.
Yeah,
Great
I
spike
mean-
from Togaya, and well, it's our last match of the night.
Yeah,
Let's
I
see
mean,
how
what
it
a night!
pans out.
What a night it's been for sure.
It's been incredible for sure. Well, who have you got on this one? Clearly, they're incredibly closely matched.
I mean, it's a
Who's
tough
your
for
pick?
me. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. This one's just such a close one.
Hey, I mean, if we did know, you know, that'd kind of take the fun out of it. So,
I mean, that's so true. So true. But I mean, right now, Fort's starting it strong with this 8 back-to-back here.
great back-to-back, but Togaya has the significant speed advantage here. I know Fort has that incredible sprint speed, but for a lot of players, that doesn't really convert into versus. They want to play a slower, more calculated style. And Fort was doing that by keeping up that back-to-back, but does break it eventually.
Yeah, Togaya is definitely known as a more speedy player, so you can see it right now. Maybe not as efficient, but I mean, if it works, it works. They managed to win the warm-up, and then they won winners finals doing it before, so we'll see if it works. And right now, they
Yeah,
sent
the
so
cheese
much
is
cheese to
not
Fort. Oh
pretty
my
for Fort.
goodness.
Yeah, Togaya, this is going to be a big attack, but Fort does a great job downstacking through the cheese and manages to stay alive, at least for the time being. And yeah, Fort right back at the bottom. No big deal. Oh my goodness.
Well, looks like Togaya couldn't keep that back-to-back, was forced to break it. In the meanwhile, Fort building a 4-wide. Okay, Fort. Not a strategy you see often, but I mean, it really didn't do anything to Togaya, so I can't say it's a great one, but they are still alive, so I guess that's what counts.
Yeah, 4-wide is quite difficult to use in this game. I mean, if you can get that multiplier after a big, juicy 4-wide, of course, that's a different story, but it's just not feasible at this top level where the pressure is constant and unrelenting. And speaking of unrelenting, this game nearly at 2 minutes now, and both players keeping up the aggression and the speed as well. Only getting faster, it feels, as time goes on.
Yeah, I feel like Togaya was like at 3.7 and is now approaching 3.9 at this point.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
Fort
a big
making
misdrop from
misdrop
Fort.
there. Oh, such a
clean
clean
it
find
up.
to make their way down. Togaya just not in a position to kill. Looks like they didn't have a T-piece ready.
But look
But
at these
Fort,
awkward
yeah,
holes.
cheesed up.
Still a little bit to go, but Togaya, great cancels from Fort, and Fort's fine. Oh, great downstack. Great downstack from Fort. Togaya on the ropes. Can he find the downstack? Yes, he can. 2.5 minutes.
Oh, Fort,
Neither
another
player
misdrop
wants
there.
to let go of this game.
Yeah, neither of them giving it up. Togaya with a very nice spike there, but looks like Fort gets out of it.
Fort doing a little bit of timing there. Great cancel on the spike from Togaya. Oh, and Togaya just does not want to stop. Is this going to be the game, though? Fort cycles the eye in time, but the attacks just keep coming, and Togaya will pick up the first.
Yeah, what a ridiculous start. They nearly hit 3 minutes, nearly hit margin time. If this was how their first set goes, then I understand why it went to bracket reset.
Yeah. Clear that they're incredibly matched. Oh, Togaya with a big spike, though, and a PC to follow it up. Are you kidding me? And Fort just brushes it off. No big deal. Still in the game. Great down stack.
Yeah, now Togaya's in the hot seat, does not get the T-piece in time, one piece off, and Fort tying it right back up.
And that's what happens, you know, when you get that big attack reversed, when you use all of your ammo on that perfect clear, and they survive, the tides immediately turn in a deadly way. And great work from Fort to tie the set back up.
Yeah. Togaya right now with that nice spike there, sending Fort a little bit of cheese, but Fort counters with an STSD of their own here. But now Fort trying to find an eyepiece.
Okay. Does get to the garbage hole in time. So, you know, they're back at a standoff.
Oh, Togaya had such a nice back-to-back position, but then so many misdrops into more misdrops. Fort is looking happy right now.
Oh my. And Fort taking the lead.
That's the risk of the speed. If you play as fast as Togaya does, you can make so many misdrops in a row, and it's very hard to come back from it.
And look at this setup from Togaya. Just incredible back-to-back prowess. Does break it there, but still keeping up this immense speed, 4.5 pieces per second. And Fort doing a great job to survive.
Oh, looks like another misdrop there from Togaya, and another one forcing them to break out and try and downstack here. Fort does get the opportunity to start building back-to-back, and it's enough to actually get another kill there.
And Togaya, it feels like the panic button is just hit that extra speed. But the problem with extra speed and panic is it leads to a lot of mistakes. So Togaya is going to have to make sure to build up that cool again.
Yeah, looks like I feel like they've just been struggling a little bit too much with
but
misdrops their last few sets. But speaking of misdrops, there
oh my, misdrop and a massive spike from Togaya, and doesn't want to let go of this one easily.
Yeah, not giving up quite yet. Fort right now gets the PC, gets the next one, trying to loop here. Do they find the third? They do. Togaya just trying to downstack here. Gets to the eyepiece. Fort cannot keep that back-to-back.
That was raw speed to survive that. Absolutely raw.
Yeah, I mean...
Not even the most efficient play, just the consistent 4.5 pieces per second hammering away at that downstack.
I mean, that's Togaya. I'm pretty sure they have like a sub 110 like cheese race, but it is not that efficient, I'll be completely honest. And I mean, it works for them, so it works. They got out of it, and right now it's Fort the one struggling to make their way down through this cheese.
When you have this incredible talent, this incredible ability to go so fast, and that perfect clear from Togaya, are you kidding me?
No!
Oh my god. Wow.
If I was Fort, I would be in tears at that. Oh my goodness, Togaya tying it right back up with what a PC that was.
That was disgusting, and Togaya proving, nah, you're not gonna pull a fast one on me, buddy.
You're not that good, buddy. You're not that good.
Wow. And wow, right back into game 7 here. Fort, a bit of an awkward stack. Can he reach the garbage? Oh, barely
make
in
their
time.
way down, yeah, but kind of destroys their
compromises made, and now a lot of cheese still to get through, and Togaya will not leave that unpunished, taking the lead back with 3 straight.
Oh my goodness, Togaya popping off at this point, making sure it is close, now taking the lead here. Togaya starting with the PCs, they might try and counter with their own, do not get a third one here. Looks like Fort is sent a little bit up, but they do have a nice 9 well to keep that back-to-back they have going.
And Togaya at 5 pieces per second. Just, I said speed might be the panic button, but it might also literally just be the success button, because oh my god, is Togaya moving right now.
But Fort had such a nice downstack there, sent so much cheese, sending Togaya up. Now they're forced to try and downstack. They do find a nice one. Getting the Tetris in the meantime, gets their own spike, but Fort has back-to-back right now, keeping it going here, sending Togaya right back up.
Yeah, great downstack from Togaya, and just the speed coming in so clutch, and Fort now in a really gross spot, had to make some gross decisions. because of the board height, and Togaya feels like he might be running away with it a little bit, but I mean, we all know that score of that first set. So surely Fort still has some tricks left in the bag.
Looks like Fort taking this one a little bit more slow, deciding to time here. I'm not sure if that strategy works when your opponent is going 4.4 PPS, but I mean, with missed drops like that, it might be their best opportunity here.
I mean, Togaya has shown that with this incredible speed also comes some incredible misdrops, and that might be what Fort is lying in wait for, crouched like a tiger and waiting to strike.
Yeah, looks like they did have a few mishops of their own, but they managed to get out of it nicely. In the meantime, Togaya did start building up that back-to-back, did have to combo out of it because they were sent a lot here, and both of them just sitting at the bottom of the board in a pretty neutral position. But right as I say that, Togaya with a spike into another spike,
Great.
now winning, what is it, like 4 or 5 in a row here?
5 in a row even, and the momentum is fully on the side of Brazil. Fort needs some magic. Fort needs a spark.
Fort needs that Canadian magic. I mean, Brazil's dominating right now. We need some maple syrup in the chat.
But I mean, if Togaya is going to keep up this kind of pressure, all that being said, Togaya pushed up a little bit, but yeah, gonna just dig out of there immediately. That's what 4.5 pieces per second will do for you.
And right now, Fort is in a little bit of a difficult position, trying to keep that back-to-back, but cannot maintain it much at all. Togaya is the one. Looks like they have so much clean to work with, starting to get that burst up again. Yeah, keeping that back-to-back still going. Up to 6 at this point. Fort is getting sent up to the top, just trying to downstack through all of this pressure here, but looks like Togaya breaks that back-to-back, cannot keep it going.
And both of these players, like, even when Fort can build this back-to-back, it feels almost futile because Togaya can always force it to be broken with that incredible speed.
Yeah, it's just like, they're not just using the speed for that back-to-back change, they're also using it to send a lot of cheese, and it's been working wonders for them.
It's clear that Togaya's game plan isn't really to build a crazy back-to-back. It's more to send some disgusting cheese and to break Fort's plans, but as I say that, Fort will clean it up, but
yeah,
Togaya
like
almost able to escape.
Yeah, looks like Togaya was the one that dealt with a bit of cheese that round, and they could not make it down fast enough, even with all of that speed. Fort finally getting another win in the books, really needed it to try and shift the momentum that Togaya had. And right now they might get another quick one in it, and they do here, one away from tying it right back up here.
That's so big for Fort, fighting his way back into the set. And it just keeps going. Like, neither player taking a moment to breathe. It is non-stop action.
Getting the PC! Does not go for the second one, it looks like. Yeah, I saw they had a really nice board for it, but looks like they did not want to continue it. I mean, looks like Togaya has a lot of clean right now, so probably a better idea than going for the back-to-back PCs.
There's definitely inherent risk when you go for the back-to-back PCs, as we saw. Because a lot of the time they don't even kill, but look at this garbage from Togaya, and it's just gonna keep piling up! I can't believe Fort's alive out of that.
Alive. Oh my goodness.
60 lines or so in the span of a couple seconds, and Fort does not care. Incredible downstack and sending back some spikes of his own.
Yeah, like Togaya was at the top, then sends a huge spike to send Fort to the top, but they still downstack out of it. And now we're back into a pretty neutral position. Looks like Fort is getting ready to start trying to build some attack here with this clean well, but Togaya is still not stopping with this speed, still not stopping with this pressure. Ooh, tries to keep the back-to-back, but has that J misshot forced to break out of it.
It's just how Togaya rolls, you know, doesn't hit the stop button at all. And, well, it's been working so far, but Fort's found great ways to counter it. But look at that incredible 31 spike from Togaya. Great defense from Fort, though. Fort playing an incredible defensive game, waiting out the attacks, timing excellently to make sure that he stays alive and can wait for an opportunity to strike.
Yeah, so nicely done, but they are in a difficult position right now, dealing with a lot of cheese. Togaya is trying to build that back-to-back to start, getting the kill ready, but Fort does make it down to the bottom, and the perfect well they got.
Look at that well.
Oh my goodness, and Togaya cannot survive it. Fort ties it back up here, 6-6.
When God gives you a graceful gift, you better use it. And Fort, amazing garbage, using it perfectly to take another round off Togaya. And we are tied up at 6 apiece. Togaya not looking to slow down, though. Still playing with that consistent offense. But Fort speeding it up now. Up to 4 pieces per second as well. Was the slower player up to this point. But now using the speed.
back. That's
yeah,
all you
turning
can
it
say.
around. Incredible. And that's 4 in a row now for the Canadian. Brazil needs an answer.
Yeah, it's just back
Latam
and forth. Momentum
riding
switching.
on Togaya's shoulders. Ridiculous stuff.
Both of them trying to build back-to-back, but Fort with that massive misdrops put them in such a bad position, and Togaya's ready with a massive spike. Tying it again.
Again, another situation when you're given a gift. Not a time to waste it. Great capitalized from Togaya. And we are back. 7-7. The most evenly matched set so far happened in the first set between these players. And it is not looking like it's about to let up.
Fort sitting right now super high on their board, trying to downstack through a little bit of cheese. They do make it down. Now Togaya is being sent up, trying to find a way down. Does make it back down, both of them into a pretty neutral position, but Togaya immediately speeding up back into this back-to-back the second they get the chance here. Now Fort's the one being sent to the top, makes their way down just barely here.
Great little multiplier from Togaya, and this consistency in attack is also just incredible. Over these long games, over 200 APM, often for both players, and Togaya catches Fort doing a bit of a greedy Imperial Cross and takes back the lead once more.
This is ridiculous. How many lead splits are we gonna get? And Fort with this PC spam right here, but Togaya's ready to counter it. Got that back-to-back going here. Does not keep it going, but it does send Fort a tiny bit of cheese there, but they have such a nice down stack to make their way to the bottom immediately after that.
Great work. And one downside of Togaya's pressure is without the bite of the back-to-back, it's difficult to really convert it into a meaningful advantage without a little mistake on the other side. And so if Togaya can't get the bite of the back-to-back, you know, a lot of it is just sort of, you know, trying to abuse this ability to send cheese. And it's paying off quite well. But
I mean, they got that lead, but Fort's still going here. They have that back-to-back chain. Do break out of it because of that S misdrop, unfortunately,
and
giving Togaya the chance to LST here.
And Togaya wanting to put that bite of the back-to-back in the attack, but 2 big misdrops. That's the downside of playing so fast, is when you have that big misdrop, you might already be placing that second piece without being able to react to the placement of the first one. And that's when you build up a big problem, but immediately fixed from Togaya, and now Fort the one with the cheese.
Yeah, Fort had like an 8 back-to-back chain, but Togaya did not care. They did not stop, sent so much cheese there, and now a 2-point lead here, only 2 away from actually taking the set.
Wants to repeat the winner's result that happened earlier. It feels as if these players could not be closer, but Fort needs a spike, a spark of life around to stay in the game, because 10-7 is not a place you want to play from.
Absolutely not right now. Togaya does have that Omish drop, does use the T piece to clear it, forcing them to waste a little bit. Fort, on the other hand, is trying to build some back-to-back, has such a clean well right now. Is just upstacking perfectly, gets the perfect well from Togaya.
The ideal well.
Takes it,
and
gets the massive
Incredible.
31 spike. Oh my goodness.
Incredible.
You were saying take the opportunities you get, and Fort did. That was beyond perfect there.
Yeah. Wow. And Fort does not want to let this slip away. Once again, gifted an incredible well.
Deciding to time there, but Togaya still pressuring more there.
Oh, but Fort with a great counter spike, but all of it sent clean to Togaya.
But
what
it's
can he
so
make
much
out of
clean.
It? Fort's still alive, though. Great speedy downstack burst. And, you know, we're still in this.
Yeah, Fort still clinging on the edge of their life. Togaya's still not done with this back-to-back chain. Fort trying to build their own, but a little bit behind at this point. But Togaya does break it, but Fort also having the misdrop here, trying to fix it. Has that Z-piece placement. Can't get the eyepiece over, tries to
my God!
barely down stacking, not able to do it, and now Togaya match point
chain
here.
misdrop, and Togaya trying to make it as the top seed from Group C, blowing away the initial seeding completely. It all comes down to these next 2 rounds. Needs to convert 1 to avoid a deuce, but Fort has forced a deuce before, and this is when the nerves kick in. You are inches away from glory. Can you close it out?
That is the question, and Togaya right now pressuring super hard at this point.
Oh, but
Fort with the
nerves go both ways, and Fort,
and it cost
it's
him.
over.
Togaya takes it here, and is your Group C winner.
Wow.
Wow,
great set.
indeed.
I can see how this went 15-17 because that was incredibly back and forth.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Over 2,000 lines sent by both of these players. Amazing, amazing performance. What else can you say?
Wow. Wow. Congratulations to both Togaya and Fort for making top 16. And we'll have one last analysis to close us out. Take us away.
Yeah, what do you want to say, Skyfire? Because that was a set,
Well,
for sure.
oh, I mean, I would say what is there to say, but look at it. But as an analysis, I should be more professional, so I actually do have stuff to say, honestly. I mean, I definitely understand why it was back and forth, but I think it was so astonishing seeing how consistent Togaya was at maintaining 4.4 pieces a second most of the time. And, like, I mean, that's something you'd see at a Firestorm before, but it's definitely, I mean, he's sort of like the epitome of like someone who's mastered a typical back-to-back style where you go really fast, but you're also very good at canceling because you're able to judge how much you need to cycle. And we definitely see how a lot of the cheese ends up on Fort's board, and seems as though Fort was having a lot of time struggling with that. He's definitely trying to adapt a lot. Spent the time first couple of rounds being around 3.3 pieces a second or so before trying to speed up, and we start to see those rounds where Fort was actually matching the speed of Togaya, and it was sort of a risk on both players where they had to sort of gamble to try to actually get the win, because would you rather get a 50% chance to win or go slower and have maybe like a 10%, maybe even 0? And that's sort of the matchup that we see right here. Honestly, I was sort of thinking that Fort would be able to manage, but it definitely is very difficult with all the misdrops that happen. And with Togaya being so intimidating with that and with pressure, like you see Togaya kind of being like the sort of running away train that's about to hit you, and you have to keep running, but every time you hesitate he keeps getting closer, and that it's sort of intimidation factor alongside the turning nerves could have caused significantly more misdrops than maybe what we were expecting. I mean, the cool thing was that Fort and Togaya actually have very similar burst speeds. It's just that Togaya actually is not hesitating as much, and it's very hard to predict this sort of match because of how there's so many factors. But at the end of the day, we get to see the sort of full force of two players that are constantly improving, and we sort of start seeing remnants of previous pro players we start to see sort of like an old version of a current top player in a way, and I think that's very cool to see that sort of development.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like Togaya has always been like this. Incredibly fast, this kind of play style. You know, this reminds me exactly of what I saw back in 2020.
Yeah, I agree. I think they've definitely improved their efficiency a lot more since then. But yeah, they've always been a very, very speedy player, from my understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. Very scary to see that, even nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they win for a reason. They're that good.
Certainly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's been an incredible night.
Yeah,
Tetris.
I agree. A lot of
Yeah,
amazing
Tetris.
sets tonight. And I mean, what a set to end it. Again, congratulations to Togaya for QMK and Firestorm for all qualifying for top 16. Amazing performance by all of them. All of them managed to, or all of them end up at losing at least one set because the others popped off. So obviously, amazing job by everyone.
Yeah. It's so super entertaining day of groups, and there's more tomorrow, baby. The fun
Yeah.
never ends. So...
Yeah, you get to watch me tomorrow.
Oh, good luck,
You have
bud.
me analyzing again.
Yeah, but make sure to definitely stick around because I mean, there's my brackets or my pool tomorrow is a death one for sure. There's a Blarg, Togaya, or not Togaya, sorry, Blarg, Duck, Usaki, and Ritteru all playing in that one. So that one's gonna be a thriller for sure. So make sure to stay tuned. And I'm pretty sure the other group is Group A, who has Promo, who I think is like pretty confidently the top 1 seed, but there's a lot of really strong contenders for who's going to take second. So definitely give that a check out as well if you get the chance.
Anything could happen. I mean, it is Tetrio, baby. Anything's possible.
I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. We saw anything could happen tonight. We got a bunch of crazy matchups.
Yeah. And I mean, that being said, I don't know if we want to let Edge on.
Dude, you know what? I'll say like 2 sentences. That's all I have for you. All right.
Okay, he has a few words for us.
Yeah.
My first sentence is thanks for watching.
Maybe we lied.
And my second sentence is we're raiding Radical Cup.
Sounds like
Hopefully
we
you'll
lied.
enjoy it.
Okay. Well, that being said,
Bro, I'm talking. I'm on stream. I'm
you know,
talking.
It's just Dono walling Edge here.
I don't know. Edge had his chance, man.
He spoke. You were talking over him.
I have him muted.
Oh my goodness!
My bad, gang. My bad.
Raid message. Just type Tetrio in Red's chat. I don't know what to say. Just type Tetrio.
I'm so sorry.
Really
Yeah,
got
but check
Dono.
out Radical Cup.
But yeah, and then my last minute shoutouts. We got a LAN event in the Stacky Awards right at the turn of the new year. Go there, buy a ticket, show up. We got a lot of people coming. It's gonna be a great time. And then a shout out to Jed, Team TSD's finale. We got an absolute showdown. There's a new version of this poster. I didn't even have time to put it in here. But go check that out. They want 100 players playing TGM2. It's going to be a great time. It's happening just before the finale of TWC. So check that out. Donate to that prize pool. Unlock the documentary. And yeah, without further ado, man, we're going to see all you guys tomorrow. Final 4 qualifiers. It's going to be a great time.
Yeah. Can't get much better than that.
For real. The raid's
Yeah.
about to time out, so we'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, take care.
Goodbye, everybody.
Take care, everyone.